morning, everyone, and welcome back. I say in the description that I'm kind of recovered from our vacation, but I'm 0% recovered, I would say, at this point. um, that's not a complete lie, but enough of a lie. What was I going to start this out with? Happy New Year. Welcome back. We just got back from Florida. We were down for the Run Disney races at Walt Disney World, the marathon and all of that. And because we did the Dopey Challenge, this is something that I've been talking about for months and months and months and months and months. And now it's done. It's insane. Yeah, do you know what? Honestly, it was both harder and not as hard as I expected it to be. Our training, my training, because here's the realistic part, is Dallas could have done it no matter what, I think. But our training really, really, really paid off. And then we followed the Jeff. So when we were there, they had Jeff Galloway pacers. And so his whole thing is that you do not run over 30 seconds. And, or you don't walk over 30 seconds because it's too hard to get yourself going again. And I have noticed that as the intervals get longer, that it is tough. Now, we did slow down quite a bit for water stops and consuming fuel, and there were some times where I was like, no, I need an extra 15 seconds because I might have pushed a little bit harder or something. But overall, I basically ran almost half of a marathon, which I'm impressed with. I PB'd my halftime, which to me is absolute insanity, that I would do that on an actual marathon. So I'm quite pleased. I'm just going to go in and make sure that I am live on my channel. Alright, so far so good. Here we are. Alright, there we go. I'm going to put this into D&D. Alright, we've got stuff for the kiddos tonight is in the calendar. Alright, good. So, what we're working on right now, I have had to reorient myself to everything in the studios, just kind of see where I'm sitting. We've got kato bags to do, we have tote bags to do, and small and large box bags. Basically everything. I just put my application in for Fiber Shindig, which is good too. And then, yeah, we're good. Peace Fiber Festival applications are starting January 31st, so we'll see what happens there. I just realized I still don't know where my snips are. Oh well. I'm going to pick up a couple things from behind my sewing desk here. And of course we came back to an actual deep freeze. It is so cold in Alberta right now. Overnight lows of minus 45 or something like that. I think someone was posting that it was actually warmer on Mars the other day. It's like, oh my goodness. Now we missed the worst of it. It's actually better now that we're home than it was when we were away, which is good, because holy. But putting the kids in the truck after our whole it wasn't warm in Florida, but it's definitely warmer than here. But yeah, putting the kids into the truck when we got back to the airport, they're like, oh my gosh, it is so cold. Yeah, so anyway, I've mostly reoriented myself to what actually needs to happen in the studio now. A big thing that I've forgotten, that why these were sitting in the cutting room and why we hadn't put zippers in them yet, is I haven't actually cut the webbing for them yet. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through and I'm going to split them up into what colors I want to do the webbing for. Then I'm just going to bring the webbing here, and we're going to sit down at the actual cutting table, cut the webbing, cut the zippers, and then we'll go in and we'll do the kato pockets, which is what was on the sewing table when I sat down. Still have coffee. But yeah, it's we're also going to work as long as we can, but we do have rolling blackouts right now because the cold is so extreme that it has put one of our power plants out of commission. One or two. I think they were saying one was in turnaround, which means that's in maintenance. Yeah. So that's also fun. So we'll work as long as I've got Wi-Fi, basically. Hopefully the power doesn't get shut off, but there is a rolling like blackout in other parts of Cochrane right now. So yeah, we've got these all done. They just need to end up getting their zippers. So that's going to have a nice charcoal zipper and the light gray. I just realized I could ask Dallas to stop by Pecana and pick me up some thread snips. Okay, 1 second. Let me just do that. Yeah, I can do that next week or later this week. It's fine. All right, because I've still got the scissors here. It's fine. I just don't know where my snips actually went. Anyway, whatever. What are we doing? Webbing. Jesus. Light gray. I pulled the capybara. They're gonna get navy. So we're gonna start a navy pile, a light gray pile, light gray, navy, and actually the webbing is right here, so that works out in our favor. I think these guys should have a black because the black is going to not contrast as much with the actual bag itself, with the geisha, the gecko. It's gonna be black. I'm gonna put navy with this because with the sage for the birds, I think a navy is gonna look very nice. Okay, I'm gonna unfold the rest of these and see. Obviously black for the tuxedo cats, black for the hedgehogs. And then we're going to do navy for this sakura print, and also navy for the capybara, which makes sense. These are a little bit hard because they're a little bit like washed out. But I think a sand is going to look the best with this one, and then we'll do black for Sassy Cat. Actually, maybe black or purple. We'll see. That might be better as purple. No, black, because otherwise it's going to contrast too much. But these guys, I think, are going to get the sand handles. This one and this one for sure are gonna get sand. Oh, actually, yeah, okay, this one's gonna get sand as well. I think this one's gonna get yellow because of the yellow in this granny triangle, which is a very random color. I know it's also a very random color to have on hand, but you know, when I buy it, I just buy the rolls because it's not like it goes bad in the amount of time it's gonna be sitting on my shelf. Fabrics do eventually rot, but not the length of time I'm holding on to them. Alright, let's see here. These hedgies are going to get a black handle. These cats, we could go with blue or teal, but we're just going to do black. These guys are going to get navy. Navy dogs get navy handle. These cats are going to get black. The crepe cats here on navy will also get navy. I think we'll put navy with this because there's navy in this gecko print, and then this one as well, and then that is going to get black because otherwise it's going to be too much of a contrast with the dark background. And I think, like I said, most of the webbing is already here. This is going to get a black, and then this one, I think this Alice with the mushrooms is also going to look the best with black. Okay, so we got 1, 2. Okay, we got 1 yellow. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 black. Oh, that's all? Okay, I'll take it. Oh, 5 blacks that were on top. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, 9 black handles. 9 black handles. I gotta open up a note and make a note of that actually. 9 black handles. 9 black webbing bags, because it's 2 handles each. And then we need 1 yellow webbing cut. We need 2 sand cuts. 1 light gray cut. And then the next biggest category is the navy. Okay. which is all here. All right, so we got 1, 2. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm gonna mute that. Sorry. Okay, I hope that wasn't absolutely horrendous. I am sorry for that. Okay, what I've done is I've moved the mic down onto the sewing desk so that it's a little bit closer to me, because I've been having people say that they cannot hear me. So I want to make sure that obviously there is sound. All right, but for navy, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 navy webbing bags. 7, 8, because we got the capybara as well. Okay, so we got 8 navy. 8 navy cuts. Okay, so I'm going to shrink down this window here so I can actually see the cut numbers I need, because black is right back here. There's black. There's navy. What is this cut for? That was cut for tabs for Kato bags. That's what it was. Okay. So we're just gonna leave it back there. I need the light gray, I need the sand, and I need the yellow. Sand, yellow, light gray. I'll be right back with those. Sand, yellow, light gray. Sand, yellow, and light gray. So we may as well do the yellow first, and I'm just gonna grab my lighter hopefully here. Where did my lighters go? I know I put them up and away from the kiddos so that they couldn't get them, but that doesn't work very well when you don't know where they are. Especially when you like end up putting them somewhere safe to keep them away from the kids, and then you can't find them for yourself. All right, then we will. I know I have a heat knife, but right now we are not cutting enough to worry about it. I'm just gonna cut. So we do that much to here, and we fold it in half, and down it goes. And then we'll need to cut, and then I'll need to reorg them again and decide what color zippers we're gonna do for them this time, because I should have done that at the same time, but that's okay. Whatever, one at a time. Okay, so there's the yellow one. If I forget where it is, you're more than welcome to yell at me that I am placing them behind me. Now, the other question is, where did I put the pin that was in here? Yeah, so, I said at the beginning that, like, I am only slightly recovered from our trip. So, we were down in Orlando, or Florida, because Disney World's technically in Kissimmee. Whatever, it doesn't matter. We were down in Florida for the Run Disney runs. It was marathon weekend. We were doing the Dopey Challenge, and we did it. We actually ran the Dopey Challenge. They did modify the half marathon. And if you're unaware of what the Dopey Challenge is, if this is like your first time watching me and you haven't heard me talk about it, or it's been a while, the Dopey Challenge is a set of races on marathon weekend down at Disney World that are it races all 4 races. So you run a 5, a 10, a half, and a full marathon over 4 days. And it is true. What most people said is that the hardest part of the thing, once you've done the training, basically, is getting up at like 2 a.m. every single morning. But we did it. They did modify the half marathon, so we ended up only running 7.1 in the morning, and then this is miles, and then we made up the remainder ourselves throughout the rest of the day, because there was actually a massive storm system that came in, And it wouldn't have been safe for runners or for the support crews for the runners to be out on the course. So Run Disney made the really difficult and decision to, like, instead of canceling it either fully, they decided to run a modified course. I feel really bad for anyone who was signed up for just the half marathon. That would have been such a gutting experience. Because the whole thing about the half is that you're supposed to be able to run into, like, Magic Kingdom, so you see the castle and, like, all of that. And I think, like, they are the people that I feel the worst for, because it's just like, oh my goodness, like, it would have been so rough to be like, hey, we're gonna do this, and then not to get that experience. Alright, why are you... Okay, it's still on my phone, so let's get the collab cam back. One moment here. But anyway, so we ran the 7.1 in the morning, and then, because by the time that we actually got back, there was, like, they'd even closed up, like, there's no food and beverage, because Run Disney has a, like, beer that they commission for the weekend, basically, for every run weekend. And this year it was really good. It was like a cream pale ale or something like that. It was so good. Rise and Shine is what it was called. So we ran, but we did it. And then we did end up going, oh, there was the pin. Well, whatever. We did go and finish up our miles after it stopped raining. Because, of course, we have the kids. So we wanted to also make sure that we got back for the babysitter so she could get home as well without it being, like, piss and rain on her head, basically. Because that's the thing. It was a huge thunderstorm. Like, I went out to get food for us because I was like, okay, well, we still need breakfast and everything like that. And yeah, it was actually kind of terrifying. I was very glad we weren't running in it because, oh my goodness, it would have been so scary. We did decide to just walk the 5K because realistically it took us under an hour to walk it, and we met characters and all of that. Like this, we have already started ranking our races on how well the event is actually organized. And like kind of like how much of an event it is, because if you're gonna go run, you want to have an event, right? Makes sense. So Calgary Marathon is one of the best events we've been to. It is a very good event. It's been running for 60 years. They know how to put an event on, sort of thing. But they don't hold a candle to how Disney runs their races. And we kind of knew this going in. Obviously, we are Disney people. We own timeshare down there. We're down there consistently. All of this. It was... And this just kind of blew it out of the park for, like... We're spoiled now. Dallas is already, like, talking about what we're going to be doing next. So, it was both our first marathon, and we did finish, which was insane. I was expecting to not finish for 7 hours, which is, like, it's still good. It was well within the time cutoff and all of that. And we actually finished in 6 1/4, just under 6 1/4, which for me is, I am extremely pleased with that because, of course, this is a return to racing. Really, like last year I raced and I started setting my postpartum PBs, but I would count this year as the actual start of my, like, re-entry into my race season, really. Especially with how much training, like endurance training, we had to actually do for the Dopey Challenge and the marathon and all of that. So what was I gonna say about that? So yeah, so doing a 6 1/4 or just under 6, I think it's like 6:14:55, 6:14:50 or something like that. No, sorry, 6:44 and something, 6:44 and 50 or something. And we were really close to the 6:45 timing, which is still 15 minutes faster than I anticipated actually finishing the marathon. So, and they're pretty forgiving. Like, I think there's still people crossing that finish line. Basically, if you're in a higher corral, you have 8 hours to finish the actual marathon. So our goal for next time is that I'm in better shape and faster so that we can sprint between characters basically and do as many characters as we can. And then if we're in a higher corral, we'll have more leeway to do that as well. Because, of course, like, you're not going to go meet Disney characters at any other race, so why rush it? But, which is hilarious because I did actually end up PBing my my half time on the full marathon, which to me is insane. Yeah, so I'm very pleased with that. and we're gonna see. My next race that I'm doing is the half marathon in Calgary now, and then I've just committed myself. I haven't signed up yet, but I will be committing to running the half marathon in Canmore too. And then I did tell Dallas while we were running the marathon at Disney, I hated it. I said, but don't hold me to that. Marathons are still pretty much a special occasion thing, but I do think I'll probably end up training for and running Calgary next year, which is in May. I haven't completely decided that yet, but we'll see what happens. Sorry, it's just, this is getting unruly, so I think it's time to put down the original cuts here. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we're halfway through the navy cuts. But yeah, it was really, really good. And then it was also really cold. So we had actually really good running weather in some ways besides the rain, because it wasn't too hot. I did hear that in 2020 they actually had to cancel the marathon, like for some people at about mile 20, 21 because of heat. And so we didn't have anything like that. I definitely got sunburnt on the marathon because it was like partly cloudy all day, and then when we hit Epcot the sun came out. I'm very glad I wasn't out for longer. Some of the things we'll do differently next time. I will be in better shape. I need to lose some weight and I need to be faster. I'll get there. That's one of the goals this year, is weight loss, which will be so much easier without a marathon to train for, because you really can only do one or the other. Some strength training, which will help me just in like full body in general. My physio helped, like my plantar fasciitis is nearly gone. It's definitely stiff, but I'll be able to apply what I've learned from physio to actually maintain what I currently have, so that's fine. And we will finish the marathon with a drink in hand, because you go through Epcot, so we will probably pick up a beer in Japan, which is one of the pavilions, and then we'll probably finish it with margarita. Marathon marg, which I'm super excited for. So it was actually a really cool theme though, because they went through the decades. So we got to meet Cinderella and the seamstress mice, because they bring out characters that you don't typically end up seeing in the park. So like a lot of the princes are out, and not just the princesses. I've never seen the seamstress mice out in the parks, and they had the good fairies from, oh my goodness, Sleeping Beauty along with Aurora. And then yeah, it was just really good. And like the energy, so you're up at like freaking 2 a.m. every morning to go run these races, and like we were at Epcot where you start, which is the one, so if you're not familiar with Disney World, that's the one with like the geodesic dome. It's the golf ball essentially is what it looks like. You're there, like we were there before 3 a.m. most mornings because of the transit worked extremely well. And like just the energy of the crowd was so good. The energy of the then you get, especially with the marathon and the half marathon, there's a bunch of cast members out like cheering you in, and like it was so good. We're addicted. No surprise there really. We knew that going in. So I think our next challenge we're gonna end up starting to wait until the kids can start doing some of the challenge runs with us, in part because that will save us babysitting fees. Oh, 1 second. Dallas is sending me texts, and actually probably important stuff. Ooh. We're trying to like update some stuff in our room. Sorry, there we go. Might as well answer him because I can. Alright, there we go. Anyway, so yeah, I think the next challenge we're going to try for is the Fairy Tale Challenge in 2027. Because as we go, the kids can start joining us, and like I said, that'll help save us some fees as well. What were we going... Yeah, so the Fairy Tale Challenge is actually a little bit shorter. It's actually... to do the Fairy Tale Challenge, you only have to run the 10 and the half marathon. But that weekend there is a 5, a 10, and a half. So I think we're going to go do all 3, because we may as well. kids will be able to join us on it, and then we can go and like enjoy the parks a little bit more without having to conserve our energy quite so much because we have a marathon at the end as well. Although at this point they will sorry, that's math. At this point, a lot of them will feel a lot easier just simply because we won't have to like worry about getting into like again conserving that energy for a marathon or anything like that. So all right, there we go. So we're down to the black, and then I need to go find my lighters. So I might need to take a bit of a pause, or we might need to fill up the. If I can find my Zippo, we'll use it, and I think it's over in my other shelving unit. Okay, there's 4. So yeah, and then after that, so on the Monday, we ran the marathon on Sunday. And actually, I didn't do too bad. I was quite surprised, quite pleased about where I ended up getting tired. I was mentally done at about mile 25, and it's a 26.2 mile run. So we basically, we did walk in, except for the very end. We did run the last tiny little bit sort of thing. Because you gotta. If you can, you gotta. But like we walked through Epcot basically. I feel bad for any guests that are there just for the parks that don't know that like marathon weekend is going on, because like with the marathon you're running through the parks when they're open. So by the time that Dallas and we got to Magic Kingdom before it opened, which is their main thing, because they basically closed down Main Street USA and let you run up. You run towards the castle. It's so cool. You turn the corner and there's the castle, and then you run through the park, and then you exit out behind what used to be Splash Mountain. It will now be Tiana's Bayou Adventure, opening soon. And then you run to Animal Kingdom. Yeah, you run to Animal Kingdom, which was really cool because you enter in by the bird show, and then you run out through, basically run up past Everest, which is their like main thing, and then out through Dino Land, and then you run along the back of basically the parks. There's a lot of highway running. I was calling it the park highs and the highway lows because it's like it is a lot of road running between the parks. Then they send you through a parking lot, which everyone says they have nightmares about. I could see it. It's a full mile in the parking lot, but it wasn't as bad as I thought it was, like everyone made it out to be. For me, personally, that was a good time to kind of check where our pace groups were, because we originally started with the 6:15 pace group, and then I think by the time we hit that one, we were solidly between the 6:30 and the 6:45 pace group. That was one of the other things that was good. Obviously, I was very pleased with my actual finish time, but the other thing is that I actually stayed extremely consistent on my minutes per mile, with only a couple slowdowns, basically due to washrooms. That was how we lost our pace group. Okay, sorry, I do have to answer this from Dallas. One moment, I will be right back. Alright, I'm back. I just gotta get the, oh, that's the wrong one. Whee! I just realized that I'm saying that the Boxing Week sale is still on, which it is not. I need to update that for the actual... Oh, here. Let me actually put this back into intermission. There, now you can see me, but I can mess around and get the actual... I can get this set up better, and I can actually get you the info for the next show that I'm at. Because I will be at Airdrie on Sunday. Sorry, he's going in and he's buying stuff for us for our room. So we want to make sure that like it's stuff that we actually want, and that's fair. I appreciate it. Okay, let me get this text redone. It's not Knit City info anymore, but you know. Alright, Happy New Year. So what else are we doing? Yeah, so what was I actually talking about? I can't even remember what I was talking about anymore. We enjoyed the runs. If you have a chance and you're a runner, or you're not a runner even, I would really recommend it. It's a lot of fun. Yeah. So our next event is Airdrie Creekside Yarn Festival, which is January 24th, 2024, 10 to 4 p.m. There we go. Alright, now we're going to make that live again. Transition. There we go. Now we're back. Yeah, that looks better. I'm just going to take this off studio mode so I can actually see this better. Okay, sweet. Hello. So yeah, so we had a lot of fun. What did we do? Oh yeah, so we did Animal Kingdom, and then they put us through the Blizzard Beach parking lot. Then you run over to Hollywood Studios, which is like their like movie theme park kind of. It's kind of going through a glow up right now, so it's having a bit of an identity crisis, but it is getting better. And then we went over and you finish out in Epcot, so you start and finish the marathon in Epcot. Yeah, it was really funny because I made a big joke out of it because we ended up back in Epcot, of course, and Dallas was like, it's Epcot again. I'm like, oh my god, it's Epcot again. I never knew that we would finish in Epcot. Of course, we've looked at the like maps, right? So we knew we were finishing in Epcot, but it made a few runners around me like laugh. It was also just because they modified the half marathon. It was a lot of running in Epcot. Because of course they modified the half, and basically you ran out, you did some highway running, and then you ran back into Epcot. That's all you did, versus like ending up going into like Magic Kingdom and stuff like that. So it's just like, ugh. Actually, the worst part with them modifying out of Magic Kingdom for Epcot was the fact that you ran towards the Magic Kingdom sign and had to turn around right before you entered the park. That sucked. It's like, no, you're right there. But I totally get it. Like, I'm not complaining about the fact that they had to modify it. I didn't want to be running in that weather anyway. But it's still just like, oh, it's such a tease. I actually do need to go grab a lighter to... Oh, wait, there's one right here. If you are doing this, do this safely. But what we're doing is we're going in and we're going to singe the ends of the webbing so that it doesn't unravel in the bags. Yes, I have a heat knife for this. I did not want to have to warm it up. And like wait for it to cool down. Actually, I always really worry about it cooling down. There we go. So there's all those singed. And basically what that's going to do is it's just going to stop any fraying so that when it's sewn into the bag, it doesn't unravel in the bag itself. And actually, the best part of this is being able to do it on the ends of the actual like rolls, so they're not sitting in my cutting studio unraveling on me either. So it actually saves me materials. Hey Delia. Both our cats are extremely happy we're home. It's one of the longest trips we've had away in quite a few years, because we were down there for 10 days. Basically, we went and we did the parks. Oh yeah, right, that's what I was talking about, the people in the parks. So you run through Magic Kingdom when it's still closed, because you run right up Main Street. There's spectators on Main Street, all of that, and they want you out before 9 a.m. basically. So you start in Epcot, you run up the highway to Magic Kingdom, and then they get you out of Magic Kingdom before park open for them. And then you run over to Animal Kingdom, and by the time Dallas and I were in Animal Kingdom, obviously if you're faster, this isn't necessarily going to be an issue. It wasn't an issue anyway, but they actually do close parts of the, basically the runners get precedence, and the park guests do not, which is why you only run through a very small portion of the parks typically. Still ran still a super smooth run. I was actually extremely impressed with that as well. Because here's the thing, Disney's a business. They're out there to make money. They're not out there to like, right? Like that's what they're trying to do. But yeah, that went really well. And then in Hollywood Studios, it was a very quick duck in and out. You just go past Tower of Terror, and then you get pushed out by Fantasmic, which is just basically you just go shoop and out the park. One of the things I was hearing about, and I need to find some of the like Facebook groups, is apparently there's like Run Disney Facebook groups, and then they give you like scavenger hunts basically, and you get points for however many rides you can get on and stuff. So there's like people with like photos with their like running bibs on like some of the really popular rides and things like that, which I think is kind of amazing. Like to the point where a lot of the cast members, which are Disney employees, are kind of in on it, so sometimes they'll let people jump in the front of the line to be able to do these rides while they're actually running. So that's part of what our goal will be, to get faster as well as to be able to do something, I guess. Although thinking of the rides that are actually on our way, I would be so nauseous afterwards that I wouldn't be able to run anymore, because it's like, yeah, no, I don't know if I'd be able to do that, but Dallas would be able to, and I would support him in those goals. So yeah, so now it's just kind of like we're like in the middle of our race season already, and everything's kind of downhill from here. So my next race that I'm training for, I am very much a fair weather runner, especially a fair weather racer. Dallas has the St. Patty's Day one in Calgary in March. I am not joining him on that one because March can be such a mess. Like it can be really good or it can be really mediocre. I'm just not into that. So I'll be treadmill running a lot this winter, because now we're definitely in our like winter phase now. Finally, it was such a mild winter. It's actually very concerning. Because I'm worried about, like, we already had a really bad fire season last season, so I'm like, what is it going to do to our fire season this year? It's terrifying. But yeah, it's definitely snowy and icy now. So I'll be treadmill training for the Calgary Marathon, which is a half marathon that I'm going to be doing. That is the last weekend in May, and we're going to try and PB my run from Fernie probably, but also try to PB and beat the time I have on the full marathon at Disney World, because that was one of the splits that I PB'd on. I think I ended up with a 3:10 half on the marathon actually, which is impressive. So, and then the next run Disney we're thinking of doing, I really want to do the Fairy Tale Challenge. The Fairy Tale Challenge is really only the 10 and the half, but we'll go down for the full weekend and do all 3 races, because if you're already down there and you can get it, you may as well, sort of thing. And that will be in, I think, 2027 is kind of what we're aiming towards, if not before. And then the next Dopey will be after that, of some description. I don't know. We'll figure it out. We're also going to see how, like, the kids, like, if they really take to running. It's going to be kind of based on if they want to do it or not. We want to re-challenge Dopey within the next 10 years. Because in the next 10 years, just because we didn't get the full distance because of the modification for the actual, like, whatchamacallit, for weather. Sorry, there is more questions here. we're going to go through and singe all these ends for those tote bags. Yeah, actually, I keep saying that we're going to wait a while for Dopey, but I think we'll challenge it again. And then when the kids are old enough, we'll go and we'll challenge. They do what's called a coast-to-coast race. And so basically what happened this weekend, so we ran last weekend, we ran the first weekend in January, and then they actually just hosted races in Disneyland down in California this past weekend, which is a 5, 10, and half marathon. And so the people that did Dopey, a lot of them actually went to California and did that, and it's called the Dopey to Dumbo Challenge or Coast to Coast Challenge, which I think would be a lot of fun. And those races are really cool because they end up actually running mostly through Disneyland for the 5 and 10. Disneyland and like the second park that's down there, which is called California Adventure. And then and then for the half, they run through a lot of the Anaheim streets, which someone was like, man, I am having such FOMO about not being in California. Like, make sure you tell me about having to run through the streets of Anaheim because, yeah, that's where it's like, again, those park highs, highway lows sort of thing. I just realized I don't know how any of these are matched anymore. But that's okay, we'll just make sure that they're very similar lengths when we put them into the bag. Okay, we're almost done the navy, which is good because my finger's getting sore. So I need to find my Zippo again. I'm pretty sure it's over on the shelf. I just don't want to have to get up and go over to get it, to be honest. And I also need to fill it. So that's what I'll do next time I have to like do a bunch of webbing like this. Or just warm up my heat knife. So we did, my studio is in constant, and I'm sorry if you've heard this before, if you've been watching me for a while, you know I'm constantly talking about how the studio, oh, that one's already singed, that's the first cut, I'm constantly talking about how like the studio is always changing around, but we did do, I think, one of the last and largest reorgs just before Christmas. I cleaned the carpets and everything like that. It is an absolute disaster again already because as soon as my kids are in the space, they destroy it. And I do have to work with my kids around quite a bit. But they, particularly the desk behind me needs to be tidied up. So I think once Airdrie is done, it is tax time. Boo, taxes. And then I will also tidy up this desk behind me so that I can actually work on it with the taxes a little bit better. Alright, there's all the navy done. Now we gotta do the black, and we're gonna find that pin that just dropped, hopefully. Oh, it's not under my feet. That's why I wear basically like house shoes down in the basement constantly, as I do not need to step on a pin. Alright, let's get these singed off here, and then we can actually, what should we do next? Should we do zippers and get the big, yeah, do you know what, honestly, if I get zippers cut, I can also get if I get zippers cut, I can get big bags sewn together today and probably get them mostly finished. So let's work on big bags today. So these big, well, I call them big bags, but basically they're large tote bags, which means that's like they're a big bag. That's why they're called the big bag. If you're a knitter or crocheter, they're really good for like the really large like Bernat and Comfort yarns. And so that's what I typically suggest them for. They're also extremely good for like if you want to take all of your smaller works in progress out of your smaller project bags and store them in something larger. That's what this is for, as well as it can be the storage bag for a bunch of works in progress if you need your smaller bags. There is an older style in the shop right now. This is going to be the newer style, which means it doesn't change in shape or size or anything like that. But what is changing is that they are getting a canvas bottom, which means they're still machine washable, but they should be more durable. and they will show dirt less, actually, is the bigger one. Because that's why we started doing the canvas bottom. Someone requested, it's like, hey, I've got this light bag and I don't want to get it dirty. What can we do? And so we started putting a canvas bottom on it, and it just looks so good. It frames the fabric way better, so that you're not getting, like, I don't know, it actually makes the Japanese fabric pop a lot better. So I can't disagree with it. But I just haven't had, I just done a massive restock of them, and I just haven't taken the time to actually restock the big bags yet. It is, however, now time, so that's why we're going in, and there'll be the new style of this bag, which is going to be good. But yeah. Also, if you are looking, let's go back to the running, because that's, like, realistically, this has consumed my life so much for the past, like, year, basically. Because we started talking about doing Dopey this time last year. Of course, I signed up in April, and then training started in July. I think it was July. I started training in July, and I, like, shifted my training plan a little bit because I was already running 10Ks. So I'm like, okay, we'll start the weeks on the 10K weeks, all that, blah, 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 whatever. But the training program that I used was the Jeff Galloway training program, which is the one that Run Disney is like, here, this is, it's not like sanctioned, but it's like what they provide, kind of. Jeff Galloway is apparently, I don't know much about him, but his method worked. Like I said, the 30-30 split for me worked extremely well. And I didn't follow it really over the summer, because realistically, walking for 30 seconds is just a really hard interval to keep up, especially on a treadmill and stuff like that. But he's got, like, a couch to 5K and like beyond. He's also got an app, so I'm going to be using his app because it will provide the proper splits that I need when I'm training outside, at least. Treadmill, it is going to be a real pain in the ass to try and get it a 30-second split, but whatever, I'll figure it out. And I think his pace groups actually went all the way up to, like, a sub 2 for the half marathon. So I'm like, okay, if I can eventually run a half marathon at sub 2, I will be extremely happy. Oh my goodness, we're almost out of fuel, I think. Haha, there we go. You only need to do like 4 more ends today. Let's do this. My fingers are getting sore. But yeah, so if you're looking to get into running, I do suggest it. I've used like Zen Fitness Labs in the past for an app. But the thing about it for me was that it was like, you should be running at this pace. So it's like, run for like an hour, and that should be about this much mileage. And I'm just like, it was always very defeating. Oh sweet, our extreme cold warning has ended. But it was always kind of defeating to not be able to hit that distance at the time that it's suggested, because it's trying to train you for a certain pace, and I'm like, I don't need to be at that pace. I need to be able to do, like, especially for this training, I needed to be able to have, I needed the endurance to get through a marathon, not necessarily the pace. That's the difference. Alrighty, there is all of the webbing sorted. I'm going to have a little bit of coffee, a little bit of a crunchy cracker, and then we'll come back and we will match up the zippers. I'm not actually leaving. I'm just going to mute the mic because personally, I hate listening to people like drink and crunch on camera. So give me 2 seconds. I'm going to do that. Actually, I'm going to do it off camera, and I'm going to grab the dark zippers that we need to install. There we go. We need to cut them down, and I need to grab the zip pulls. So let's put this into intermission, and then I'll mute the mic so that you can't hear me. And we're going to pop this pop socket in. Blunk. There we go. BRB. I just saw my watcher numbers, and I really hope that you enjoy watching me like chow down on my crackers, because that is not what this stream is technically about. Hi. I still haven't drank my coffee either. All right, but I did grab the stuff that we need to do, because we need. Actually, I'm warmed up enough. I don't need that hat on. It was really cold when I came down, but I think enough air has circulated around. That's not as cold. I'm also dressed correctly for it. Like, I've got wool slippers and wool socks, and then like nice comfy cozy clothes on too. Okay, what are we doing? We're doing zippers. I got the dark zippers that we're going to use, including the spaghetti monster of the black zipper that just I don't know how to store yet. And then I've also got the navy, the red, and the charcoal. That's the one we needed. This one is going to get a navy zipper, I think. And then anything that needs to get like a lighter zipper, I still have it in stock in pre-cut. It's just that I'm trying to switch over to zipper tape because I have so many bags that are different shapes and sizes. Well, sizes, that being able to just cut the zipper down is actually a lot more efficient for me in some ways, because I don't have to hold the stock of those zippers in different sizes anymore. I will be using up as many of them as I can, and then any that are kind of like, I don't have the space for them, or I'm not going to use them in any reasonable amount of time, I'll de-stash in the next little bit. Anyway, this is going to get a navy zipper along with its navy webbing, because that's just going to look the best. We're not going to do anything too wild with the zippers today. So we're going to do navy, one. I have a feeling most of these are going to just match what they got for webbing, but you know, may as well check them again. So if you're just joining, I just did a whole like breakdown of the Disney runs that my husband and I just did. We did the Run Disney Disney World Marathon weekend. It was spectacular, and I told him at that point that marathons were only special occasion, Dopey being one of them. But I have a feeling that I'm going to totally renege on that and go for a marathon next year. Don't hold me to it, but it is very likely that it's going to happen. The thing about it is it's not necessarily the marathon itself, but to not like regret all my decisions post-marathon. It's like the training. I think last year was just a bad year for me to be training for it. So this year I do I wish I had given myself an extra year. That's what I keep telling my husband, Dallas, and but I think it'll be better this year. Alright, should we go light? No, that's too light. So we're gonna match the navy to this as well, because that's just gonna look really nice and like clean with it. Capybaras, there's no question that is just navy. And then the Sakura here, I think we can just go with navy, because it's basically a darker tone of the blue background that's actually on the, like, in it. So, okay, two more. And then the capybara as well, we're just going to go with navy with it, because the capybara itself is navy. Okay, I think that's all the navy. The Shiba Inu is going to get a charcoal, because I really, personally, love charcoal and pink together. There's no like catchy way to say gray and pink like you say gray and like Grello, right? But this charcoal with this pink to me is like one of the best color combos that you can do. So we're gonna do gray there. Alright, charcoal, I guess. Charcoal. One so far. We'll see if there's more. Because I think the whole black block is just going to be black zippers too, but we'll find out in a second. I think gray is going to go the best with these guys as well. It's not going to contrast, and because it's kind of grayed out too. Yeah, okay, so two more grays, more chalk colors with that those granny squares. By the way, feel free to jump in the chat if you have any questions. I'm happy to answer them, especially with a live stream where I've just basically been talking about running for the past, like, how long have we been on? I don't even know. But yeah, I'm just going to shrink the chat window down so that I can actually see it. There we go. And also see me. Sweet. Okay. Yeah, I'm happy to answer questions on the stream too, since we're not doing ASMR today. This one's going to be black, so one black zipper. I was good. So the hedgies have black handle, but we're going to do a gray in here, I think. The gray is going to go the black. Nope, black. It's too different of a gray. Okay, so there's 3 black zippers. 3 black zippers, and then what's going to go the best with purple? Probably the black zipper as well. So 4 black zippers, 5, 6, 7, 5, 6, 7, and then 8. And I was debating if we should do a red with this, but I think the red I have is it's too dark. I got the right tone of red for it. Yeah, no. Okay, so how many black did I say before? 8. So we have 9, 10, I think. Let's just say we got 10 black zippers. So 1 charcoal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 navy. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay? 1 charcoal and 10 black. That sounds about right for what I'm actually going to be completing this week. Okay. Well, today we're focusing in on the big bags today because I'm hoping to finish them today, and then at least this afternoon. And then tonight I'm going to try and sit down and get okay, so the zipper tape I'm going to cut 1 inch larger than the actual bag, because that gives me wiggle room to actually put the zipper pull on, and like if I fray this end and stuff like that, it's okay. It can get trimmed down after we actually sew it into the bag. Anyway, yeah, so for today I want to get the big bags done, and then tonight I want to work on getting interiors cut for small box bags, because the small box bags are in dire need of restocking. So bad. I'm so low on box bags. I think I have like 4 left. So yeah, we'll try and get there for sure. Okay, now there is one end of the spaghetti monster that is also known as this black zipper. So here's the thing. I am not a micro business. I do work in quantity, and I like being able to buy in bulk when I can, because obviously that is typically cheaper, especially zippers and stuff like that. You're going to use them. However, and this is a continuing complaint from last year, and like if you've heard it before, I am sorry, but it is still a complaint of like, how do you store these zipper tapes? Like, I don't get it. Like, am I supposed to put them on a spool? And that's what I'm thinking of doing. I'm thinking of reaching out to like one of the local electricians and being like, hey, do you reuse your spools or do you throw them out? Like, can I get one? Because what I'm thinking I should do is I should probably put them on spools right when I get them, because they've got a cardboard like thing in them, so you could probably pop them on a spool. Then I could put the spool on my big shelf that I have right here, and you would be good to go. But it's like trying to find inspiration for organizing on a small business, not a micro business, because most of the organization tips are like how to fit your sewing corner into a closet, and that's good too. We need those, but it's like we need that step up of like how to organize your sewing business when you are not in a closet anymore. 5. Okay, we're halfway through the black zips. So if you have if you are a sewist or a knitter or anything like that, and you have some knitting or organization tips, I will gladly take them. You can comment them in the comment section. Throw them in the chat. Everyone can see the chat after this video is posted as well, so you know, it works. Okay, there's 6. But yeah, it is one of those conundrums, and it was a problem even when I had the fixed length zippers, because it's like, okay, I can't just have them floating around in a bin because you don't see what colors you have. I was constantly losing track of what colors I had available to me. At least with them on the roll, they go on the shelf and I can see them. It's just that then you get the spaghetti monster of, like, yeah, what I have behind me with the black zippers, and that's an issue too. 2, 4, 6. Because the pull tabs make sense. They go in this little hardware bin, and hey, there you go. You just pull them out of there. Not a big deal. Although trying to figure out where to get those cheap was not easy either. If you're in Canada, I got those from Princess Auto, actually. That has been the cheapest one to get. The like wall hanging hardware bins so far. If you're looking for some sort of storage idea like that, like $35 or something. Are they like amazing? No. They are actually kind of horrendous to install, but for $35 they're definitely the best deal you're going to get, versus I think most of them, even on Amazon, are like $60 to $100, and I'm like, I will deal with a little bit of like having to wiggle it into its actual, like, because basically what it is it the back here gets bent in a little bit, especially in shipping, and so it's a little bit tight to like try and fit onto the board. But it is a small inconvenience for having storage for all these small parts and the hardware, because that's the thing. As I got into making the bags and the purses specifically, hardware storage became an issue, especially with kiddos in the studio. If I didn't have kids in the studio, it would be different. I would just be using I've got like those tall plastic drawer towers that like seem to be the crafter's bane. I actually inherited them from my grandma, and it's like, so I don't really, because here's the thing, I don't want to get rid of them, because as soon as you get rid of them, you always think of an idea for them. And if I didn't have kids in the studio, that's what I would be using for a lot of my hardware storage, because hey, it's easy, and I had them already. But that was part of it, is I needed hardware storage that the kids can't get into instantly, although they've been climbing on the desk and can get into it anyway. So it's like, okay, well, that ended up not being as good a solution as I necessarily thought. But you know, that will pass eventually, and then it'll be fine, right? My dream organization system is like one of those rolly bin carts where you have like a front and back full of storage bins, but I do not have space down here for that. And I don't really want to, like, I don't know, I don't really have a goal of moving into like my own warehouse or anything like that. That's a lot of stress. Plus I like my like 3-minute commute, including my coffee pickup. So, you know, we'll stick to this for now. Alright, there's 4 out of 7 navy zippers, and then what we'll do is we'll go through and we will install the zipper pulls. What did I just say? That was 4, so this is 5. Then we need 2 more. 6. I would love a chime in with where you guys are from and what's the temperature there, because we just came out of our deep freeze, or out of our cold weather warning, but we're still minus 21. I don't know what the wind chill is either. That's pre-wind chill, and it is Celsius. I don't know what it would be in Fahrenheit, to be honest. But perfectly clear apparently. Oh, this won't even give me the wind chill. There is a little bit of a wind speed though. Kids are definitely not going outside with their like care today, that's for sure. Alright, some more coffee, and then we'll get this zipper jig set up. So this zipper jig is so that you can actually install the poles on the zipper easier. You can also like use a fork. You can just do this by hand too, But for the amount that I typically have to do, I wanted something that was like, basically it helps create a third hand. And that's what we'll use it as. So we're gonna throw this on here. Hey, no, Naomi. Yep, we're in Cochrane. We know that feeling well right now. It's so freaking cold. And yeah, this is work, but it's basically the same. It's a coffee and crafting and just trying to stay warm day. Oh, okay, well that got one side and not the other side. Okay, so this is why we leave a little bit of extra space on these zippers, is because then when you get fraying like this right now, it's not a big deal, because it will get, I think actually we'll probably try to seal it up a little bit with the lighter again, but there we go, there's in the end on there. I don't know if you actually saw that or not. Oh, I'm working off screen, I'm sorry. I'll move this over a little bit so you can actually see it, because it is pretty cool once you actually get the zip pull on. It's a bit of a pain in the butt, but you know, better once it's there. There you go, let's throw it right about here, and then I'll try and zoom in on it with my camera. One moment. Let's see if we can do this. And you can see my sexy sweatpants. Telephoto should do it. Yeah, you can access my camera. Okay, so there is the scissors. There's the jig. Sweet. Sorry for the if that's giving you a little bit of motion sickness. Please ignore it for a moment. Could I do this off camera or with the camera off? Yes. Am I going to? No, because now we're set. All right. Let's do this navy ones next. Okay, actually we'll pull the rest of our, we need 10, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, it's at the point where it's like, I know I'm supposed to open the blinds to get the windows defrosted, but I don't want to open the blinds so that I'm not letting my warm air out of the basement, because the windows are large and they will release a lot of heat. And with the rolling blackouts and everything like that, it's like, ugh, let's just keep it as warm as we can in here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Alright. Now those can, I don't have to worry about knocking those over, hopefully. So we'll start with the navy ones here. So you put the zip pull actually goes in upside down. And these are the new style of zippers that were, sorry, I usually don't work this close to the camera, or with the camera that close. Anyway, so these are the new zipper pulls. So they're actually a little bit larger, like donut head, which I figure was a little bit easier to grasp maybe than the like thin arrow head of the fixed zippers that I used to work with. If that is untrue, I am welcoming the feedback on that. Because that's me making up an assumption and not actually like knowing whether it's going to help or not. But I figured it made it a little bit maybe more accessible for folks that might have a difficult time grasping the a little bit smaller heads. It also does give you a lot more room to put like progress keepers and stuff on it for sure, or zipper pulls of some description. Yeah, I like the new pulls too. So okay, cool. Now we're gonna struggle with this for a minute because I'm out of practice. Well, I'm still practicing. The main reason I actually ended up getting this is because with the purses, you actually use a larger, like wider zipper. And hey, Delia, I know we're home now. You can come chill with us. Yeah, and so like with the larger zippers, a lot of the time they're number 5 zippers. I work with number 3 zippers for the project bags. But the number 5 zippers, you can do a lot of really cool pulls with them and stuff like that, and it is easier to find zipper by the yard for number 5 zippers. There we go, I think I got it. And that's part of how I ended up finding out about zipper by the yard, is because of number 5 zippers. So now I do pull it apart afterwards, because there is typically for me a little bit of a jostle in it, and so that just means that then when I sew it in, I can even up the actual zipper, and you don't have that little like bump in the zipper when you go, like when you're actually opening and closing it. So like this right here, you've got a little bit of a, that's hard to see, maybe you can see it better. Eee, sorry. There we go, yeah. So it's kind of like around the zipper pull there, there's a little bit of a hump, jump, I don't know what you want to call it. But if you open it up, then it'll just even the zipper back out. So we'll do that with this one as well. And then I just gotta make sure I don't pull the zipper pull off of the zipper, which is now the biggest danger. Actually, I think I might be on the wrong side. Let's try this. One side's like the number 3. When I ordered the zippers in bulk, YKK, who is the supplier I use for zippers, because I find them to be the best quality, at least for what I do. YKK was like, do you want to order a zipper jig for $100? And I'm like, does it have, like, is it reversible? Can I use it for 3 and 5? It's like, no, you would have to order a different head for the 5. For like, I think it was $60 a piece for each additional head that you ordered. And so I went on Etsy and looked, and it was like, I was able to get this one for about $60, which is still pretty expensive compared to like being able to just do it with a fork. But definitely a lot cheaper than trying to get it through YKK, and I support a small business in Portugal of all places. So you know, there we go. And why did I go with Portugal? Well, because the Canadian suppliers wanted to charge, I think I could find some in Canada for $20, but then they want $40 in shipping, or even more. I think even higher than that. And I'm like, ugh. I am a small business, and I hate having to pay for shipping. I know why, and I will pay for shipping when I absolutely need to, because I get it. There is no way around it, but my goodness, does it hurt my heart. Because part of it is I just want, like, I would love for that money to go to the small business instead of going into shipping. So like typically if I'm buying yarn and stuff like that, I wait until I try to see people in person, because then I don't have to pay for shipping and I can buy more from them, so it's more money into their pocket at least. But sometimes it is unavoidable, unfortunately. By the way, thank you so much for your support in my local business, like small business areas. I know that I saw my sales from Market Spot for December and they were amazing, so thank you for your support there. Thank you for your continued support of the Ancient Arts Yarns dye studio. I know a lot of you folks purchased from Caroline, and yeah, thank you for making sure that you're supporting small business over the holiday season, and hopefully in 2024 that can continue. As a heads up too, if you are in the Calgary and Cochrane area, I will be at Airdrie Creekside Yarn Festival on Saturday. It's supposed to be warmer. I think it's supposed to get up to like +6 or something like that, which again is worrying on the other end, but it will definitely make for a nicer festival day. Means I won't be freezing my hands off when we're like loading in on Saturday, which is always nice. And I just put my application in for Fiber Shindig, so we'll find out if I will be up there. If you miss me at any event, however, I have added a local pickup option. Basically what that does is it means that instead of shipping it, we can organize to get pickup arranged in Calgary or Cochrane area, basically is what would happen. Although obviously if you come out to a show, that is the best option because you're able to actually see it in person and feel the fabrics, which is always good too. Because I know we're all tactile people. Sweet, that's awesome. I'm excited to see you. Please make sure you come over and actually introduce yourself, because I think we met at Ancient Arts Yarns pop-up last year, but there's been a lot of people this year. It's been a busy year, which is, well, 2023 was a busy year. 2024 has been a busy year, but for different reasons already, so. That one. Okay, so that will be one of the ends that we trimmed down because that just separated from the actual zipper. So we're down to the black zippers now, so we're almost halfway here. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought, because yeah. Eek. Oh, that's not going to work at all. Okay, we're going to trim this down completely then, because so basically what ended up happening is the teeth, eek, this is hard to do. teeth actually separated from the zipper tape, so we're just going to trim it down so we can put the zipper pull on correctly. There we go. Oh, and also the other thing that's going to be restocking is I am going to be restocking the little cat paw snips that have been extremely popular. Hopefully I have enough for Airdrie and maybe to go online as well, but they are currently out for delivery, so I will have those for Airdrie too, which I'm excited about because they're ridiculously adorable. But they do they are like selling out constantly. So if you're in the area, you're coming to Airdrie and there's anything on the website that you're like dying to get, let me know and I will set it aside for you. I am happy to do that. Obviously there isn't much on the website right now just because we're at the end of the 2023 season. And there'll be a lot of new stuff coming that just won't, like, I won't have time to photograph it. So, and then what else is happening this year? Knit City Calgary is coming in August, which is super exciting. I'm waiting to hear back from Odafest. They've done their Artist Alley acceptances, I guess would be the best description, and we're just waiting. I'm just waiting to hear back on the vendor acceptances either way. Yay or nay, obviously. Ugh, no, that was too far. There we go. That was close. And then we'll see what the fall season brings, because I don't know actually what's going to happen. I'm hoping that the one thing is that Omatsuri, which is the Japanese festival, is not the same weekend as Knit City Calgary, because that would be the one thing I could see kind of conflicting in the summertime. But given the weekend that it was on last year, I don't think it will. Fingers crossed it doesn't. I should actually email them and be like, do you have a tentative date? Because if they don't, I could give them a heads up that there's that event that weekend. By the way, Quality Control Inspector Flynn is on duty. I think you probably can see him behind me here. He's the orange giant. Making sure all the bags that are produced today are up to his exacting standards. Okay, let's try and get this in here. Actually, the most exciting thing about having these runs done is my next half marathon is at the end of May, and it means that I get 2 weeks off. I'll still be training, a little bit, not much. I'm gonna, and actually it's nice because my training is going to reduce significantly. So like, for the marathon or the dopey training, it was like 45-minute runs. So I basically was doing an hour Wednesdays and Fridays, plus a long run on the Monday, because it's a 45-minute run. So I never knew if that included our warm-up or not, so I just added a 5-minute warm-up cool down, because I figured, hey, a little bit longer is like, it's not gonna hurt. Well, it would, but it's not going to be bad for training. There we go, that's a better description. But this new training program, it's only 30-minute runs, so I only have to do 40 minutes on Wednesday and Friday. And I think the first like long run is 3 miles, which is a normal 45-minute run for me typically. So hell, even if I walk it, that we figured it out. It's like at a leisurely pace, not like quick step or anything. It's only like an hour long training session. So I am excited to reduce the amount of time that I'm actually training, because that'll give me more time back into basically cross training is the big one that we're going to do this year, because I felt my best in 2019 when I was running, and I was running 10Ks. But I was doing a lot of spin and yoga, which was so a lot more kind of all over work. And then I think the thing that I'll add in once in a while, it will also be a little bit of swimming as well, because I don't have the pink hair right now, so I don't have to worry about it like washing out the pink, which will help too. I took the pink down in part because it was too expensive to maintain, especially with the amount of washing that I would have to do after the marathon training this past summer. So it'll come back eventually, but just it's not the time right now. go. 2 more black zippers, and then we can start actually assembling bags, which I'm excited for. Feels amazing and extremely weird to be back in the studio. So there we go. One more. Okay, those actually went a lot smoother than I anticipated them going today, so that's nice. Oh yes, and I will have a big restock on needle stashers as well. So the needle stashers are the little envelopes that you can pop and snap over your circular and DPNs to help hold your project on your needles and to reduce the amount of like needle pokage through zippers and stuff like that on the actual project bags. Now the one thing is probably in about 45 minutes or so I will go have lunch, so I'm not starving. Also need a bathroom break then because I had a lot of coffee this morning. Because that's always how it goes. I gotta up my water intake this year too. So I hate the fact that I like the fact, but I also hate the fact that a lot of my resolutions are fitness. But I also know that putting the work into the fitness will also help me be able to do a lot more for the business and my kids and just like in general. So as much as I hate it, why do we have to do so much work to stay fit? All right, there we go. There is the zipper poles are all installed now, so that means that we get to go in and do the things, the other things, oh, I'm tired. Now we get to go in and do, I'm gonna put this into studio mode here. We get to go in and do the actual installation of the zippers into the bags, although now I really do need to go to the washroom. Of course, as soon as I said that I needed to go, I will definitely need to go. I'm gonna transition this and then we're gonna, ooh, where'd you go? And then I'm going to go to BRB and mute the mic, and I will like be back in about 5 minutes, which will be like 20 to 12. All right, one moment. Actually, I'll try and put you on Flynn because he is sitting right back here. All nice and comfy cozy in that spaghetti monster of black zippers. full on screen. So what we're doing next is I need a ruler and a bag and some clips. Okay, and these are pre-snap needle stashers. So what will happen is I'll put snaps in these. There'll be 3, and why I do it with 3 is because then when you have your circular needles, you can actually wrap the cord up under one of the snaps and it'll snap over the cord and help hold it in place so that it's not getting pulled in and out and potentially pulling the needles out of your project. So basically a snap here for the cords, a snap here for the needles, and then I do have a third one here. You don't necessarily have to use it, but it does help hold like a sock or mittens or a sleeve in between these 2 snaps and then the cord on this side. Now if you have something wider, something worsted, like weight yarn and stuff like that, you can just use the 2 and then just wrap your cable up underneath here, or if you're using DPNs or something like that. But they are made with the intention of being able to kind of wrap the cord up and secure it as well. Alrighty, so this will be the wrangling part. That is going to be a little bit more difficult, just with how everything is set up. I just realized I should check messages and make sure Dallas isn't messaging me any more questions or anything like that. Let's do that now. Ooh, and now it's chilly. Okay, no, just about the shelves. That works. Okay, so this one, typically I don't actually end up clipping in the zipper because I found, well, pinning it in. I found that pinning and the zipper or not worked the same. However, the handles have to be clipped in. Wherever they went. Oh, they're on, of course. Okay. Are you gonna sit there nice, or are you gonna be wobbly? You're gonna be wobbly, but you'll sit there. Okay. Alright, so these have to be clipped in because otherwise it is a mess. And yes, I do measure from the exterior edge of the bag because I find that the most reliable, even versus like, oh right, we need the zipper. Haha. Alright. Anyway, I find for me personally, having it measured in from the exterior tends to make it the most even. And basically what I do is it does make it even to every bag then, all of that snazzy stuff. I am going to clip this, as I said that I don't clip them because I need to do a little bit of measuring around them. Also, I'm not going to stab myself with pins or with clips, so that's a nice thing too. Now we're going to, oh actually, nope, never mind, that's in the way. So we're going to measure up from the zip. That tells me how high to put my webbing because I do put it into the seam. And we do need to pin it because the clips are not going to work for this right now. I forgot about that. So, pins. Very rarely use pins these days, but they are still useful for certain things like this where it needs to be pinned kind of in the middle of a project. Okay, and then what will happen is I will lay the actual, oh, I just realized I could have put the zip pull on afterwards. Whatever, it's fine. Anyway, I'll, what am I doing with it? Oh, we'll make the sandwich to actually put the lining into this with the blah-de-blah afterwards. I don't base the zipper in, I put it in as I'm like working. There's the edge. This needs to be here, lined up to there. We'll need to, so we're gonna sew this in with white and then we'll switch to black to actually do the top stitching later today. Okay, that needs to move because otherwise I'm gonna spill all my clips everywhere and then I would probably cry today because, oh my goodness, I would be so upset. To dig under here. Could I pin in all the webbing? Actually, should I pin in all the webbing? If I pinned in all the webbing, I wouldn't have to worry about reaching underneath to get the stuff. So let's pin all in at least half the webbing, because basically we're gonna do one side at a time. Since there's no one watching, I'm gonna finish off my crackers. Today might still be a nap day. Told Dallas, I'm like, no, I won't need a nap today. Well, it might be, it wouldn't be a lie. I didn't think I needed a nap then, but I might need a nap now. Okay, I'm also going to, or when I go out for lunch, I'm going to open the curtains so that when the sun comes around the house, I get some like nice warm sunshine in the sewing studio. It is actually starting to come in, so I should probably open them now. We'll pin this one and then I'll go open the blinds, because get some nice light in for the actual sewing table and get some nice light in to like warm up the room. Because my goodness, it's still pretty chilly. Alright. There's the line. Tick that down just a little bit. Go. We'll go open the blinds. So there is 2 handles pinned into 2 bags. Yeah, this is easier. So basically what I do is I'm trying to make sure that like I'm only doing a certain task so that mentally I don't have to keep flipping it back and forth. Okay, we are back. I just opened up the blinds so that we get some like sunshine in here, so it starts like warming up the room without having to run. Well, it's not going to make it colder right now, and it will actually help defrost my windows because they're also feeling this chill. All right, next one. I really love this fabric, and actually having made these, I'm going to be able to make kato out of this fabric too, which is exciting. So shift, there we go. So I measure in from the outside edge because I found that that has been the most accurate for me for being able to like get them all. I know you could measure out from the center, but do what works for you is what I figure. So when I first started making the big bags like this, it was easier for me to measure in from the center. So I don't remember why, or measure out in from the exterior line, and I don't remember why that worked better for me, but it just does. So alrighty, pins in this because that's what's going to hold it, because basically it's getting pinned in the interior. The cats don't eat threads. Don't be a jerk. Delia's down here trying to get attention, I guess, probably. And at about 12:15 or so, I am going to go take a break for some actual lunch. I've been snacking, but lunch will be good. Cat. And yeah. So basically what I'm going through and doing is I'm pinning the zipper and the webbing together on one side of the bag. We will then sandwich it in between the exterior and the interior and sew it, and then we'll flip over and we'll do the other side of it, and it'll all be good. And then we'll go through and we will top stitch everything. Because that is just how this goes with the best. And again, we're trying, so what I'm trying to avoid is like task switching, which will make you slower, and like concentrate on kind of like production lining items more than anything, which is why we went through and we cut all the webbing at once. That's why I went through and did like, basically I've already got all my exteriors cut for the next couple shows that I need to do, all of that fun stuff. And rather than like having to do this and then throw it under the sewing machine and then do the other side, we're just going to do this all at once, and then I can sew everything that's pinned already at once, and it's just faster, especially with the wedge bags, which are or this wedge style where I can just sew straight across the zipper and off as well and chain piece everything together. Alright, Dallas is still texting me. Let's see what he said. Alright. Up and over like this. Measure in from the side. Like that. Actually, if I do have any runners watching, or someone who wants to start running and is especially in this area and wants to go do Run Disney races, please let me know. That would be a lot of fun to be able to collect some people from Calgary and go. I know there was like 5 of us from Cochrane, and then I think there was something like 24 runners actually from Calgary down at Florida. But like, hey, like I said, we're going to be doing the 2027 Fairy Tale Challenge for sure. I think. Was it 2024? Yeah, 3 years from now. That's right. So that would be a lot of fun if someone wants to join us. We are more than happy. I am a slow runner. We will take runners of all paces. We don't have to run together, but it would be kind of fun to have people around and like at the finish line to have that beer with and stuff like that. That would be a lot of fun. So hit me up. I can get you training programs. Or if you're not from the Calgary area and you're going to be down there for any of these races, let me know, because that would be a lot of fun of like meeting up actually down there. That would be cool. I know that like my audience is not necessarily contained to the Calgary area either, so should have checked how many people were running from Vancouver. That would have been fun too, because of this is not, well, it's a little bit of a creeper thing, but you can actually follow live results on a tracking website. So but you're able to search based on city, so that's what I was able to find people. There's actually a couple people in from Tokyo for the marathon, which is kind of cool to see too. So that's too far up. You need to scoot down, chill. There we go. I'm gonna go right there. Excuse me, that is a stuffy nose. There we go. Yeah, I think a nap or a lunch and a quick nap are in order today. We're still, so our because of course of the cold, the flight out of Calgary was severely, well, not severely, but it was definitely delayed. I think it was delayed like an hour to an hour and a half, which of course delayed us getting out of Florida. and all that fun stuff. And so we didn't end up arriving into Calgary until something like 11:30, I think. It messed up a bunch of people's connections too, which sucks for them. I'm so glad that we were direct to Calgary and like that was where we were done. Not to get on any other flights. But yeah, just because of the like snow and the ice and like, I can't even imagine what the airport, like that would have been really tough on everyone at the airport too, because of course then you have to deal with everyone who's delayed and like upset, and yeah, it would have been rough for a lot of people. But that one got cut, but it didn't get singed. Alright, we'll set that one aside for now. If I need it at the end, we'll use it at the end. We'll use the ones that are for sure done down here for now. But anyway, yeah, that was like how extreme the cold was for the airport. It was a lot of delays into Calgary, or out of Calgary and into Calgary too. Like our jet bridge froze up between planes, so we couldn't like actually deplane for probably about a good 30 minutes from landing because of it. So it's like, get the hair dryers out. I don't know how they fixed it. They fixed it very rapidly for the situation, but my goodness. And then relatively, Florida was actually quite cool as well. It wasn't like any, like there was a couple warm days but the warm days were the days that it actually rained, so like it still got up to 26, but not necessarily like a sunny 26 either. It was really weird weather. Not that I'm complaining for the races. For the races, it was perfect weather because we weren't boiling. I am still glad that we trained in quite warm weather. At least for the end of the marathon, we ended up hitting, I think, about 21, which starts to get pretty warm when you're running, or even walking, really. Walking at the end of a long run, I guess, is the best description then. There we go. But yeah, I think it's supposed to warm up over the next few days. It is starting to warm up already today. I think the low tonight is like -11, which is good. Although now we're on the flip side of that is I end up getting like Chinook headaches. It's not quite a Chinook, so. Sweet, we're almost done all of the black zippers, so we're not going fast, but we're not going bad, considering that how much I had to like reset my brain to get this going today. I was actually excited to come down into the studio because I knew I had a show to work towards, so that always helps too. But yeah, I kind of came into it like, what was I even doing, and why are the big bags still in the cutting studio? Because I actually forgot that I needed to cut the webbing. That's the first thing we did this morning. Alright, this like mustard gold hedgehog fabric is adorable. So there's ones, if you see any of these fabrics and you know, like most of them aren't on the website, but I do have pick your own orders, so basically they're custom orders. Do have a lot to sew after the Boxing Week sale, because I offered them up on sale just for that few days. But there are still a lot of these fabrics available for custom order in any shape or size you desire. Although if I have any questions about whether I still have some of the fabric left or like enough for stuff, then I'm going to basically, I think what I'm going to do with a lot of that is I'm going to end up doing a story sale on Instagram. Heck, maybe we should do a like YouTube live story sale. And you can like claim it all. And what I mean by that is like the pieces where it's like, okay, this is all I have left sort of thing. I have a large box bag, or I have a XYZ bag. Maybe that's what I'll do. That might be kind of fun. Later on. That is not happening right now. Right now we are prepping for Airdrie, and that's what we need to focus in on too. I love this fabric. This fabric is so much fun. This is some fat quarters that I got in Japan actually in November last year. So, November 2022. I haven't been back since May. I'd love to. Actually, the next plotted plan we're thinking, I thought originally I was going to go back in January of 25. So this time next year probably. But looking at it, we're going to probably put me on a plane sometime after Knit City next year, so next September. But I was like, okay, well, I'm already in Vancouver, so why not just jump on a plane from Vancouver to to Japan, because it's a direct flight. I'm already in Vancouver. That's going to save me a bunch of money because, I don't have to fly from Calgary to Vancouver. No, it's not going to save me a bunch of money. It was actually more expensive to fly from Vancouver to Japan than it is for me to drive home and to fly Calgary to Japan to Vancouver, and Vancouver to Tokyo by $300. It's not an insignificant amount. It's enough to cover my freaking train tickets. Cause I don't know, a small amount for me for the convenience of a direct flight out of Vancouver would have been $100, $150. But 300 is no, that's a lot of money, to be honest. Thanks, Andrea. I really like this one. There's a couple other colorways of it. I think they're in the Kato, and they're going to be freaking adorable. So adorable. So anyway, I was like, okay, well then, because Dallas was like, well, I was like, I'll take a flight out of Vancouver on the Monday. You just, I don't know, you drop me off, or I get on in a taxi from the hotel and go, right? Not a big deal. Whatever, I'm already in Vancouver. It's not a big deal. But now it's and he was like, okay, and then I'll just drive home with kids. Perfect. Easy, right? Or what should have been easy. But no, not at that cost. I'm going to keep an eye on it, because it's if that drops, and this is also based on this year's prices, because of course I can't search September 2025 yet. But this one's also adorable. This one was funny because I actually had to ask for it because it was behind the cutting table in Tokyo in May, and I was like, I want that one with the red flowers and the cats, and the cutting guy didn't see the cats until we actually unfolded it on the cutting table. So yeah, 300 is a lot. If it was like I said, I think at that $100 to $150 range, it would have been okay, because that's acceptable for a price difference between a direct and non-direct flight. But 300 is, I may as well drive home. And then what I'll do is I'll basically pack before we go to Knit City and have it all ready, because all I'll have is the little rolly case for clothes, because it'll just be one of those in and out trips, super fast, just a fabric shop and maybe a visit with a friend, and then home again, basically. And this of course is also all based on this year. We'll see how my fabric stocks do, and the beginning of next year probably, and then I'll try and purchase the flight on a sale over the summer or something like that, because they tend to, Air Canada puts their seats on constantly. Although at the same time, I could then also, ow, yeah, this is why I do not like working with pins. Well, at least I'm not bleeding. Yeah, it's just a poke. What was I gonna say after that? Got distracted by pain. Oh, if it lines up well, then I might take the direct flight with WestJet from Calgary, because that is about the same price as flying out of Vancouver direct, which is ridiculous. I would prefer to do the direct out of Calgary anyway, because doing customs in Calgary is always nicer than doing customs in Vancouver, just because of how it works. And we are collecting the WestJet dollars and stuff like that, so that would help with it. Alright, we're on to the next ones. These ones are super cute too. These are these are granny square bags that are really fun. What color of zipper did I cut for these guys? I didn't cut them, I don't think. Did I? I don't think I did. I think I need oh right, I think I decided that we're gonna do charcoal for these guys, and then I only wrote down one charcoal zipper. Did I? Did I really do that? Oh my goodness. I don't think the people that were watching then are here still, so we'll see. And I know I said that I'd go until about 12:15, but actually what we're gonna do is I will get all of this stuff pinned in, and then I'll go have lunch. That's what we're gonna do. Okay. Yes, charcoal, that's gonna look the best with this because it's a little bit kind of grayish. It's not like, it's muted. There, that's what I'm going for. Even though these like colors, they're fairly bright, but the gray is gonna look good. And then we have black webbing for these guys, I think. If you were here before and you remember what I selected, please yell at me because I cannot remember anything right now. Okay, but it is charcoal zippers. So there's this one with like the orange and pink, and then there is one actually with like orange, yellow, and a dark brown. And it's a really fun fabric. I love it. I like the fact that I actually ended up with both knit and crochet fabric this last trip, which is super fun. This last trip being the May trip. So, hey, and I don't even have to make even more spaghetti monster right now. That does mean I need to go grab the zip pulls again though, so I will be right back with those and we can install them. I have one extra black zipper, I don't know why. I know this is going with the Shiba Inu fabric, and then these are this one. I wonder if I actually decide to use black. Whatever, gray looks better. Be right back with some zip pulls. Actually, Andrea, did you end up getting the deep freeze like Alberta did? I haven't, think I've been seeing that it's been fairly cold in your area, but I don't know. Alright, we're gonna just struggle with this with my hands rather than setting up that zipper jig again. Hopefully I can just do it. I think I should be able to. It's just, like I said, having the third hand of the zipper jig is extremely useful. No, now the bags are falling down. They're like, if you're not gonna sew us now, we're going to revolt. Which I should be looking at the forecast in like Tokyo right now, because I have a feeling it was probably as warm or warmer than Orlando. Which would be nuts. But what is it? It's January? No, it wouldn't be. It would be Kyoto gets cool. It is what I would actually equate to probably Vancouver Island typically in January. We did end up actually having some flurries there when I was on exchange. Then now that was 15 years ago. I was there in 2009, 2010, which is absolutely insane to think about. But yeah, everything's kind of trying to line everything up as well, because it's like there's going to be a few celebrations for Disney that we want to attend. Like I want to make sure that we're down for the we missed Disneyland's 60th anniversary, but I would really love to be down there for their 75th. So that's 2030. That's also a really good time to take the kids, because they'll be old enough, they'll be right in the middle. They'll be old enough to know what's going on, but not so old that there should be too much revolting about it. Or rebellion. Not that I think there's going to be much. I'm going to put the zipper jig on. Where did it go? Get out of here. Let's just put this on and get this done. But yeah, so we want to be there for that. I really want to be in Tokyo for Tokyo Disneyland's 50th, which will be 33. Which actually almost lines up perfectly for when I was thinking. We'll probably do one trip with the kids before that, but that would be a good age for a second trip where it's like they can do almost everything, I think. So it's just adding. It's one thing to travel with 2 adults for cost. Another thing to travel with 4 people. So for sure. which is kind of why we're leaning towards making sure that I at least get back on a solo trip for fabric, even if it's just an in and out quick trip. So there you go. Those went extremely easy compared to the beginning of the other ones, so I will take it. Okay, just undo this again. Dun, 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 dun. I got a comment on one of the lives recently. Obviously, it must have been someone watching later or something like that, and they're like, "That was terrible humming," and I'm like, I didn't even know I was humming. Thanks for the interaction, though. Because I'm like, it probably was. It's totally like the humming or the little bit of singing that I typically do on stream is like completely unconscious. I'm not thinking about it. I'm actually actively trying to not like hum and sing and everything, because I do eventually want to monetize the channel, and so I don't want to be in the habit of humming and singing, because typically what I'm humming and singing is oh right, I decided to go with black for these guys, the handle at least. Typically what I would be humming and singing is like Disney songs, and that's not gonna fly. Actually, are we doing light gray? Or are we doing sand? Oh right, we're doing a sand color for these ones. Sorry. Like, what color was I doing? But we're doing sand. Sand with a charcoal zipper? Oh, that doesn't look good. Damn it. Okay, well I got a couple spare charcoal zippers then. We're gonna actually do sand, and then we're gonna do a pre-cut zipper. Ugh. I think. Does that work? Nope, we're gonna go with a dark brown zipper. Okay, one more time. Let's try this again. It's still pre-cut. Oh, I still got a lot of navy pre-cuts down here. And charcoal pre-cuts. Damn it. Okay, that might actually work better though. It's a little bit different tone. Actually, that looks good because the this has a little bit of a purple tone to it. And then we're gonna do a sand. No. Dark brown. Okay. There we go. Alright, so we'll use the navy zippers for now, and then I gotta remember that I've got pre-cut navy zippers. Oh, whatever. It's not like I won't use them later, but yeah, the dark brown looks better with this, and then the sand zipper, and then it'll look really good with the other one, which is like brown, orange, and yellow tones with no pink. That was weird. Okay. We are actually still under a potential for rolling blackout right now, because of course with the cold everyone's drawing a lot on the system, but one of our power plant I think is shut down for turnaround right now in Alberta, and then the second actually had its own outage yesterday, so it's or a couple days ago, so they had like massive rolling blackouts throughout, well not massive, but they had rolling blackouts throughout Alberta, and like a warning to make sure that you've actually are reducing your consumption. So we're running all on like LED and everything right now. I think probably the biggest draw is probably the laptop right now, but that's okay. It's also working, so basically we're gonna work as long as we can, or yeah, hope for the best, because I'm pretty sure they just put out another alert that they needed, well, there is like a blackout in Cochrane. That's affecting more of the industrial area, which sucks for the businesses down in that area for sure. So we're all ready for the weather to warm up. Besides the fact that like it's cold, we're ready for the weather to warm back up. That's for sure. Okay, there. That one is settled on for colors. Good. That's better. And then we've got this one, which is that orange, browns, and yellows, and that's going to look really good with the sand and the dark brown zipper, wherever it went. I just had it. Where did it slip off to? That's black handles. Oh, I put it on top of the pile, which would actually make sense. Welcome back to the chaos stream. It's just worse right now in some ways because, yeah, I had to like resettle into work mindset versus vacation mindset, kind of. So if you're just joining me, which I think a few of you are, and you've joined me in the past, I was successful in completing my marathon and the challenge actually all the way through. They did have to modify the half marathon because there was a massive thunderstorm that rolled through on that day. Better than canceling it. I think that they made the right, well, obviously they made the right decision. It was unsafe for, like, because it's not just the runners on the course, it's all the support crew that has to be out there too, the entertainers, the characters, like everyone on the course is like, there's a lot of people besides the runners, and there's a lot of runners. So basically they modified a 13.1 mile course. It's supposed to send you up through Magic Kingdom, and instead they did a 7.1 mile. So it's a little bit longer than the day before, which was 6.2, which is a 10K. So that was good, but they totally teased us with Magic Kingdom gates, because that's the benefit to the half marathon versus the 5 and the 10K, is you're supposed to be able to go and run through Magic Kingdom. So I felt really bad for everyone just doing the half marathon. It made me extremely glad that I was doing the Dopey Challenge, because it's like, I originally was like, okay, I'll just sign up for the half. I can do a half. So I'm glad that I did not, I decided against that. Also very glad. So here is the one mess up that I did do that I did not realize until the third day of racing. So there's 2 challenges for the weekend. The first challenge is there's like, and this was the first challenge. The original challenge it's called the Goofy Race and a Half Challenge. And I looked at the mileage, because all of these other challenges that happen down at Disney are like a 5, a 10, and a half marathon. Easy. Well, it's massive quotation marks around there. If you've done the training, it should be easy. There we go. Dopey is an intense challenge. It's 48.6 miles. We did 42.6 because of the modification. But hey, we got stories now. It just means we got to go challenge it again sooner than we thought. But, it's just realizing I've pinned all of these zippers in upside down. Ugh. Damn it. Okay, well. Right? Yeah, because the zipper has to face the... Oh my god. Okay, well, we'll go back in and we'll fix them all now. Damn it. Okay. Obviously, I am more in vacation mode still than I thought. More exhaustion mode than I thought. Anyway, all these challenges that I have seen elsewhere is like Fairy Tale Challenge, all of that. It's a 5, a 10, and a half. So I was approaching Goofy. So the challenge we participated in is the Dopey Challenge, and it's a 5, a 10, a half, and a full. I read about the Goofy Challenge, and it's 39.3 miles. And so in my head, it was a 5, a 10, and a half. Just like all the other challenges, which are 19.3 miles. No. The Goofy Challenge is, in fact, a... Right? Sorry, I'm just looking at this. No, this is right now. Damn it. Well, that was a mess up. That's what happens when I'm chatting, I guess. Wait, this still doesn't feel right. But it is right. Because then the lining... Oh, okay. I know why I'm mentally messed up about it, because normally I'm pinning this to the lining fabric, and then I can, like, yeah, okay, never mind. I know why this feels weird now. No, the Dopey Challenge only, it's this past weekend's the only marathon weekend that Disney World does. The Dopey Challenge is the only happens in January. I think it would be too hot the rest of the year to actually run a marathon in Florida, like, because they've previously even had to cancel part of the marathon because of heat in like 2020 even. So okay, there we go. All right, damn it. Okay, we're gonna finish pinning the ones that are unpinned, and then I'll just go in and flip the zippers off camera afterwards. That's what we'll do. Oh, that's so annoying. Anyway, so I was originally going to sign up for the Goofy Challenge because I was like, hey, I know for sure I can do a half marathon at this point. Still a suck, but I can do it. Because you have to sign up in like April, so that was my deciding thing. I'm like, I will I can do this. But yeah, I didn't realize until we got down there that the Goofy Challenge is not actually all of those. It is the half and the full marathon. Because I started seeing descriptions of like people debating whether they should do Goofy or Dopey, and they're like, well, it's only like a 5-mile difference for the training between the two or something like that. It's not, it's like super close. And I was like, oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. You're just training for a half marathon, blah, blah, blah. And then we were looking at like a medal display, and we both kind of had a clue-in moment as we're standing there looking at these medals that 39.3 is not a 5, a 10, and a half, because that would only add up to 19.3 miles. It is, in fact, the half and the full. I would have been so mad with myself if I had only signed up for the half and the full. Like, I'm glad I decided to just be like, screw it. If I can get into Dopey, I'm going to do Dopey instead of like holding off, because yeah, I would have been so mad if I had gone and then I was supposed to run the half and the full marathon and I didn't get the 5 and 10 and do the Dopey as well. So mad. So anyway, yeah, no, the Dopey challenge only happens in January. But they have other races throughout the year. So they've added, Disneyland just hosted their first half marathon weekend in 7 years or something like that. But then there's also down in Florida, they have a race have one in February called the Fairy Tale Challenge. That's the next challenge we're going to do. And that one is a 5, a 10, and a half marathon. And then Springtime Surprise, which is the same kind of challenge. Wine and Dine in November. And then Disneyland has a Halloween race actually now in October. So crazy thing is that they actually do special bibs for people who go through and have a perfect race season, which basically means you go through and you race every single race that there are in the Disney parks, which, hey, is an awesome goal, especially if you're a US citizen, but would be particularly expensive from Canada. Mostly, like, the races themselves are expensive, but mostly because of like accommodation and the exchange rate right now. But then you get like a special bib and everything like that, which is super cool. Well, I'm glad I caught the zippers before I at least sewed them in. It is ridiculously annoying. Oh, this should have maybe been yellow. 1 second. I'm using yellow for something else. I just realized that yellow with like the navy zipper would have looked really good with these birds. So we might still cut another. Oh yeah. Because I was going to do navy yellow. You guys can see it there because the birds are very bright yellow. Or navy. I think with the navy zip, we should go with the yellow handle, actually. Yeah, seeing that on camera, I think that's going to be better. Okay, brighten it up a little bit. That's what we'll do. Okay. Flip the zipper. Don't do that again. Ugh, so annoying. Just more work. Alrighty. It's been a while. Well, I haven't sewn, like, big bags since August, so that makes sense that I would like be like, Mrrr. Oh my goodness, I wish the exchange rate was better too. It got a little bit better for our trip, so instead of being like 30 to 35%, it's like 25%, which is still not amazing, but it's definitely better than it's been. It's like, ugh. It's just annoying that it's even a factor, because like we started going, so Dallas's first trips down to Disney were actually when we're pretty close to par, or like even 10%. It's like, I don't know, a drop to like 15% would be amazing. Maybe that'll happen, but I doubt that we're gonna see that again for probably a few more years at least, unless something drastic changes, and we don't really want something drastic changing probably. Who knows? We might see it again. I would just like, I don't know. Yeah, like a 10 to 15% exchange rate would be nice. I miss the days when hardcover books didn't cost $40 in Canada. Besides, like, our actual Disney expenses. You know. Small things, like book prices. Okay, crepe cats. Okay, so how many do I actually have left? We've got, that was a spare black one, so we've got, what did we just, oh yeah, the charcoal was too dark, so we did the dark brown, so those are spares. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more bags to pin-ish. 5-ish more bags. Sweet. Okay, so that does mean that we have a lot to redo, unfortunately, but oh well. Oh. Sweet. Okay. Dallas is out doing the grocery shop today because kiddos are in care. Our eldest was so excited to go back to school. It was nuts. They didn't talk about it while we were down at Disney, but, well, they did a couple times, but nothing insane. I think mostly they're like, I want to show my friends this, which is super cute. Yeah, that's good because it meant that they're like engaged in what we're actually doing, which is awesome. They did really good for the babysitter. That was actually one of the nice things about having the half marathon shortened, is basically they just slept for the babysitter for 3 out of the 4 races. And then the 4th race, the babysitter actually brought them down to cheer us in on the finish line, which was awesome. And yeah, getting off of that course, like I finished, mentally I was done at mile 25, which is pretty good. There's like another mile to go, and we were at the point where it's like, okay, we can walk. Like, if we have to stumble this in, we can. It's not a big deal. We didn't. Well, we walked about the last mile, which is fine. It was good. Because yeah, mentally I checked out at about mile 25. At mile 24, I looked at Dallas and I'm like, I hate this. I hated the training up to it, and it's like, marathons are special occasion only, and now I'm like, oh, I might be doing it. I might try for the Calgary Marathon next year. I don't know. Half marathons will be fun. And I'll try and get them, like, I'll try and get my half marathon time done. I did PB on the marathon. So, got a personal best on my half on the marathon, which is super cool, like, because everyone, I saw a comment on one of the videos one time of someone being like, who PBs at Disney? So the goal is for the next time we run any of these races or challenges or anything like that, is that we'll be able to basically run between characters and meet all the characters, which will be a lot of fun. So, and then the post-race beer, which is always good. All right, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Sweet. Okay, so the light gray goes with the Shiba, so we'll do the Shiba first because it's kind of like the odd man out bag. And then we'll do the navy. We'll wrap up on the navy, and then what time is it? Almost 12:30. Yeah, and then I'm gonna go have lunch, and I'll swap all the zipper directions off camera after. Well, no, maybe I'll come back. I'm like trying to decide if I'm gonna leave the stream running and just do a BRB, or if I should turn off the stream and then come back to the live afterwards. No, today we are just gonna do a BRB. And like once I get the rest of these zippers pinned in, I'll BRB, go get lunch, and then I'll come back and we'll fix all those zippers that we have that I messed up. The goal is for today is to get these tote bags done, so I have at least something new for Airdrie. I'm thinking what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do as much as I can for Airdrie, and then I'll have a bunch of like pick your own options available at Airdrie, like in person, so you can like kind of dig through the fabric and all of that and feel it and stuff like that, instead of having to guess at it online, basically. So, alright, this one looks like it's going to be about here. And then, yeah, actually I got that pretty close. Yeah. No, and I say that I'm going to run more marathons, as I like said that I hate the training. The training was a lot, but I think that's also just the stage in life. Like, as the kids get older, it's not going to be easier, but it's going to be easier. I'll be able to dedicate more time to it. This year I don't want to focus on training for a marathon simply because I want to focus on losing the rest of the weight I put on postpartum or during pregnancy, and to be able to regain some strength. I need to do a lot more strength training and cross training this year. So it's kind of like you got to pick what you're going to do, because you can't do it all. And last year I didn't have the time or the energy. Like, I needed the energy for running versus for weight loss, basically. So this year the focus will be to like lighten up, get the muscle to support my weight as it is right now, and that'll just mean that they're stronger later, which is always my thought process on it. But that'll also help my diabetes and stuff like that too, get it kind of like back in better line as well. It's not terrible, but it could be better. All that jazz. Okay. Could I be pinning this to the lining? Yes. Would it be a little bit easier? Probably. And now I remember what I typically do is I typically lay them together, sandwich it, fold the exterior back, and then pin everything. But whatever. Apparently we're doing it a new way today. We messed up a new way today and had a learning curve. But that's post-vacation brain. I don't know how much of a vacation this actually was. It was a lot of work. The high of crossing that finish line definitely helps, but my goodness, it was a lot of work. It's also just a really busy Christmas season because it's like there's so much to do before Christmas, through Christmas, and then we kind of had this like looming deadline of this challenge, and it's like that it's an amazing relief to have the challenge done, simply so it's not like sitting in the back of my head anymore. So like the stuff that I'm going to train for now, I know I can do it. I know I can do a half. I don't even have to be fast. I just have to finish it. Again, same mentality, but it's like mentally it's not as taxing. There we go. That's where we're at with it. It's not as mentally taxing anymore, which is nice. It's not sitting there looming in the like unknown. It's like, I don't know if I can do another marathon, but I've done it. Rather than being like, I don't know if I can do it, and having not done it. There. We're going to go with that. And then, of course, traveling with kids is just a completely different experience than anything, especially with Disney. And although I kind of looked at it, it's like, do you know what, honestly, if we can do Disney with 2 toddlers, we're going to be perfectly fine whenever we go to Japan. Like, Disney is not an easy trip. Japan would be a different challenge, but it's like at this point, I think the biggest challenge would be actually the jet lag for them, versus even like the plane would not be fun, especially with the youngest. They're not quite at the point where I think they could sit on a plane for 9 hours. 5 hours is definitely the limit. And the problem with the flights that leave Calgary or Vancouver is that they are right over daytime hours, because basically you fly through the night, our night, and arrive in Japan late afternoon the following day. Which, like, even for an adult is a brutal flight. But, yeah, I don't know. I think they would be fine. I think Dallas and I would be fine. Because that's the bigger deal. Is it's like, would we be able to do it with them? And I think we'd be able to. Given that we have done Disney and, like, actually survived it. I know that's a terrible way to put it. But, like, now we've done 2 trips with it. And we also had Dallas's parents with us this time, which, like, adds a different layer of experience as well. So I'm really glad that they came, though, because I think the kids had an absolute blast having them around as well. They were super excited about having Grandma and Grandpa come with them. Our eldest was, like, they had been waiting for so long to see the castle. And, yeah, it was just, like, coming around that corner, they were, like, and the anticipation coming up to it of being able to see the castle was just infectious. So that is something that was really cool about having them come down, like, or having the kids with us, is it's like we're not like standing in line being like, oh, we're so tired, because like their excitement is kind of buoying you along as well. So, and they did, like, for their ages, we basically closed out Magic Kingdom, which was amazing. So They got to go on this next set of roller coasters. They were tall enough, 38 inches. And, which was awesome. Dallas was a little bit uncertain about our youngest going on, and I'm like, let's just do it. If they hate it, then we won't do any others. But their photo is hilarious, but they did so good. Like, honestly, I couldn't ask for better. Really. Well, I probably could, but whatever. They did amazing. For some reason, my ring light just went out, and I think I'm gonna plug my phone in. That is something I will do, is I'll let it rest while I'm doing lunch. But that should be charging so that it doesn't die. We've got one more navy zipper to go in. Although we have 2 more bags, so I must have miscut my navy zippers. Okay. Alrighty, let's see here. If I've got 1 black zipper and I've got 1 navy zipper, I think the black, I just don't want to have to cut another zipper. I'm going to be lazy that way. I think the black should go in the capybara, and the navy should go in the sakura, and that's going to look very nice, actually. There we go. That was totally intentional. Oh my goodness. Opening the blinds, as good as it is to get the sun in here, it's actually cold. Whew. My toes are cold. And yes, I've got socks and I've got slippers on. I should put my hat back on. I know it started to overheat, but now it's like, okay, no, the hat needs to go back on for a bit. There we go. Because I have not invested in a space heater down here right now. And realistically, with us being in like that in-between phase of we don't want you using too much power, it's better that I don't have a space heater down here anyway. Yeah, because then, so the capybara will get navy handles. They'll both get navy handles. The capybara is just going to switch from a navy zip to a black zip. And that does look very nice. Yeah, okay, we're going to go with that. Okay, so last 2 zippers, and then I'll go upstairs and have my lunch. I am just going to put this to like intermission / BRB, so it won't take me that long. I'll have a drink. And I'll have some food. A little bit of a break for my voice, because although it's not doing too bad, that raspiness that happened before Christmas is finally gone. If you watch a few lives ago, I was struggling because basically I lost my voice almost completely. Well, that one is dull. Alright, get out of here. Go. That one is also done. It's like bent. Ugh, okay. I need to start a like, you're okay, but not amazing. There we go. Actually, the place that the exchange, I was just realizing the exchange rate is amazing, is actually Japan. So Japan's been pretty strong against the Canadian dollar for quite a while, but it's now on like par. So basically a dollar would be 100 Japanese yen, and 100 Japanese yen is the closest like denominator to a Canadian dollar. Always has been. But we were in May, I think we were still at like a 25% exchange rate. No, 15-ish. Give or take a little bit, because obviously there's transaction fees and stuff like that, of course. But now we're like, I think it's actually 100 yen is like $1.10. So basically a dollar would be 110 yen. So it's like a 10% exchange rate in our favor instead of against us. Hi, cat. Why are you destroying everything back there? We're trying to. Of course, he's trying to dig underneath the bags. Damn it, cat. Okay. Actually, we have now had him for over 6 years. His gotcha day would have been like January 13th, 6 years ago. Which is pretty cool. Hey, bud. What you doing? Oh, are you going to be the pretty intermission kitty again? Actually, so what we're going to do is I'm going to say that these are done, and we'll sew the interiors in, and then we'll swap the pinning on the next set of bags as we come up to them to actually sew them. Let's do that. Yeah, because then we can continue to move forward. We'll fix the mistake as we're actually working on it, which will be good too. And yeah, we'll get this sorted out. This fabric is so pretty because all of these flowers are actually like outlined in gold, like a shimmer. And Japan just knows how to do shimmer. I don't know how, but they do. Gotta say, it's like, I'm extremely glad that I'm able to work with Japanese fabrics, although North American fabrics have definitely shifted since I started using Japanese fabrics, and it's not for the worst, or for the worse. Problem is that getting wholesale costs here would mean that I have like that 15 to 20 meter bolt, and I don't need 15 to 20 meters of fabric. We would all get so bored of it so fast. Sometimes I have like, depending on like, sometimes some fabrics shock me in like how unpopular they end up being. I'll get something and be like, yeah, this is totally gonna be like super popular, and then it's not. And it's like, well, what do I do for the rest of it, sort of thing. And I'm only working with like 2 to 3 meters. I'm not working with like 15 to 20 meters. I think most bolts are 15. 10 to 15, I guess, would be a better description. But still, that's a lot of fabric. So, okay, there is the last pin. I am going to go have lunch and get some more caffeine in me. Then I'll come down and, yeah, we'll do the lining sandwich. And then we'll do all the things. So I will be back in like 10 to 15 minutes probably. And we'll get these bags sewing and finishing. Hopefully they will be finished this afternoon at, I don't know, we'll see. It's 20 to 1, so we'll see how much more I can do before kiddos come home, because we do have an actual school thing we need to go to tonight that I keep forgetting about. So I'll at least finish by then. So let's put this into intermission. I will mute the mic, and I will make sure that you can actually see the fluffer fluffin who is back here. Alright, I'll be back in a few minutes. Okay, my chair is supposed to move, but it's not supposed to move that fast or hard. Alrighty, what is hanging in my face? It is the charge cable for the phone. Alright, I just remembered that. I haven't, well, whatever. Okay, turn this back to intermission because I gotta take this out. Get it reset here. Oh, and of course I've got all the messages. Kiddos. Sweet. Okay, and I do have the scissors are here. Now I gotta get into the actual, away from all these notifications that of course are coming in right now because it like doesn't show them while I'm on a screen, but here we go. Okay. Studio mode. We need to go into ASMR. Make sure the collab cam is on. Good. Phone definitely needs to be plugged in because it's at 18% because it's working hard. So we'll put that there and turn it here. There, that should work. You get a nice view of my sewing desk. Actually, we could probably back camera. Actually, that's gonna give you a better view. Zoom. There we go. All right, that's better. Obviously, still a little bit in my face, but better than it was. Transition. Turn studio mode off. There we go. Well, and my face will be over this direction anyway. All right, we're gonna put the pins back up because now we're gonna start pulling them mostly, and then we'll use those pins for pinning the next set of webbing. That's what we're doing. That's right, because we're gonna go in and we're gonna sew the interior to the exterior. Those are all duds. Get out of here. I don't remember what colors I selected. I know I've got white and I've got beige, but I don't remember which is which for what. The whites are definitely going to be for those crochet ones. I think this was beige. Hi, what's up? Are you a cat? Meow, meow, meow. Okay, let's start here because I know for sure that the navy one is going to be a beige lining because I don't want it too light against that darker fabric. Let's start here. Yeah, so what I typically do, and I forgot about this, is I'll sandwich all of this together like this. So we'll start with the actual like lining down, and then the exterior will go down on the interior, and then I put the zipper down and all that fancy business, which is obviously not what happened this time. Why isn't this working or what? I'm just glad I caught it before I sewed the zippers in, because you know how embarrassing and mad I'd be. Like, it would be embarrassing, and then I would be just like livid with myself that I screwed up something that simple for me. Get it if you're like if you're in just starting out on your bag making journey, don't worry, we still mess up consistently, even when we're been making for however many years, like over a decade. I think I'm approaching like 12 years or something like that. 13 years, 12 years. Would have started really sewing in 2012. Alrighty, here we go. Now, oh right, I gotta go into the settings for this too. Yeah, forgot about that too. Okay. So basically, I have to double tap the go pedal because something changed in the settings on my control panel because the kids were messing around with the buttons. At least that's what I think it was. And now it just continues to stitch even when I've released the pedal. And there goes the mic. Okay, let's move the mic over here. Come here, my mic. No, let's try that. That should be be a bit better in a moment. Excuse me. Stop trying to keep going. And that's going to be really loud. Okay, let's move this back into line with the actual laptop. Hopefully it doesn't press any keyboard keys. That's what I'll try to avoid here. At least nothing with any weight. There we go. I think that'll work. And then you can still hear me chat, even if it is right in my face. Hello. There we go. Nice face cam view right now. Oh well. Dude, you are on some of the only bags that are actually ready to be sewn. I love you, but we gotta get out of here. There we go. Off you go. I think this one is ready to go. Alright, I think all the cables are out of the way, so I don't have to worry about anything falling this time, hopefully. Oh my goodness. Okay. Oh, right. I was going to go for a nap. Maybe I'll do that. Actually, I'll do that at the end of the day. Because I think Dallas is going to come down and actually try to put some stuff on the wall today. So maybe when he comes down to do that, I'll go up and have my nap. Because apparently I do still need it. I was like, I'll be fine today. No, we are not. Oh well, that's okay. This direction out of the way of the foot, and then I do make sure to backstitch over the handles to give it a little bit extra strength there, because of course that is going to be the highest point of stress pretty much in this bag. It will be right there at that zipper and handle. Sorry, my nose is freaking out about the cat apparently, which is weird. Go. That down as well. I went and stood in front of the vent that's under our kitchen sink, and because I was like, it'll warm up my feet, and apparently it did not. And Flynn's over there chasing something, which is adorable. Okay. This is going to be a white lining because it's a fairly light fabric. Oh, okay, there it is. I'm like, wait, there was one bag that was supposed to have the yellow webbing and we didn't pin it because I didn't cut more yellow webbing. But it's folded over up there, over there. So we will just not worry about it till the end. If we do it. And this is how Katie has a massive pile of DNFs or whips. Timeouts that need to be finished still. I don't even, I knit so little now, it's like I don't even want to think about how many projects I still have on the needles from before the kids. Because it's just in some ways I think it's probably just, it's like when I sit down to chill, I don't want to be doing anything with my hands in some ways, because it's like mental capacity, physical, just everything. Oh, that is not a good zipper installation happening. Okay. What is going on here? Why are you warbly? This is why we put you on the lining, I guess. Alright, let's try this. Okay, I think that's good. Except this. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna pop that pin here because we are going to need them for the other side. And what we're going to do is we're going to pull this pin because it's still warbly on top. And yeah, that is going to mess with the handle placement a little bit, but it won't be there. But it's better that than the actual like fabric being a disaster. Okay, let's actually line this up a bit better then. Now that I've already got it folded back, you come over here. You do not go that high, you only go up to like there. There we go. Pop it down again. And this is why we'll just fix this as we go with the other ones, because it's just like I'm gonna have to fix these anyway because it's just a weird pinning. It's just a weird, yeah. Okay, Dallas texted me something, I don't know what. Okay, I will have to go help Dallas just bring the groceries in when he arrives back home. It's probably about 5 to 10 minutes out right now. Probably, yeah, I'm gonna say that was, what time did he send that? I don't even know. Okay, so I'll go up in about 5 minutes just so I'm up there to help him, and then we'll be back to do more sewing and pinning and just stuff in general. Oh yeah, the other cool thing about the whole, so obviously with every race that you finish at Disney, you get like a medal, and the medals from Disney are so cool. So cool. There's so much bling. It's awesome. And because it was both Dallas and I running, we basically nearly filled the closet with just the medals, which is super cool. Because 6 medals, because of course you do 4 races and 2 challenges. And yeah. And if you thought me finishing the Dobie challenge meant that I wasn't going to be talking about running anymore, I am sorry. I'll be riding this high for a little bit, and then I will be training for my next run here soon too. So it's like, it's the active hobby right now. Because as I was saying, I'm knitting so little. So when I sit down, it's like I just don't, I want to turn my brain off. And knitting does do that, but not in the same way that like just scrolling Instagram or like, actually I do a like digital paint by number on my phone a lot too, which is honestly probably even better. Would it probably be better if I did something where I had to do a little bit of thought? 100%. But most of the time I'm like doing hand thinking things all day. And here's the thing, my knitting's not going to go bad. It'll still be there for me when I am ready for it. Although this year I do want to re-knit. So I knit the calligraphy cardigan by Hannah Fettig years ago. It's like one of the first cardigans I knit myself. Apparently everything is getting caught up on the wires today, so we're just going to trim it there. Anyway, might almost be out of bobbin thread. Whatever. We are almost out of bags that have their zippers pinned in properly, so that's good at least. Well, not good, but kind of good. We got 3 more, because I think I'll do a beige lining for the Sakura. Anyway, what was I saying? Now I can't remember. It really doesn't matter, probably. That thought process wandered in and wandered out so fast. Oh well. Gone. Probably won't see it again for a while. Oh, right. The Hannah Fettig cardigan. Anyway, I knit the calligraphy cardigan for myself, and this was before I was really able, like, knew what I was doing for fitting and stuff like that. So I didn't understand that, like, I needed to make my sleeves longer because I have a longer torso. I need to make my sweaters longer because I have a longer torso. I just went based on my bust size without doing a lot of other fitting stuff for it. So the cardigan fits decent, but the big thing is I need more air room up in my shoulders and especially my upper arms. It's really tight on my upper arms, especially now that I've put more weight on in pregnancy and things like that. So that's one of the ones I've got yarn for to knit, and I think it's going to be top on my list. I am also still working on the Willapa, which is a Jared Flood pattern. It's written for Brooklyn Tweed, but I'm knitting it out of Moonrise Farms, Moonstone, some sort of Juniper Moon Farms, in a really gorgeous like magenta, because that's one of my favorite. That is my favorite color. So that's something that I'm working on right now. Alright, why is this all a mess? Because there's those two behind me. Okay. Just trying to figure out what the bags are actually getting caught on. But that's because it's the power cable for the extra sewing machine running behind. So, alright. Got the capybara. And then I think the Sakura was supposed to be a white lining rather than a beige lining, so we'll do a white lining for it. Excuse me. And then I'll finish up these two, and then I'll go help Dallas unload the groceries in the truck. And then I'll come back down and we'll start doing the swaps on the zippers and get them sewn in. Because there's only a couple more steps for these bags, which is awesome. One of the big ones being that we gotta top stitch all these zippers now that we're like getting them sewn in. So basically I sew in the zippers and then we'll top stitch them and then we'll finish the side seams and then we'll box them. And then at some point this week I will need to figure out what the heck is going on that it is doing this whole excuse me, keep sewing thing, which is super annoying. It's kind of dangerous, actually, is the bigger thing. Okay, that is not lined up well with that right there, so let's just kind of, there we go, we'll get there. You have such a tiny little chirp for such a big boy. And I think I'm going to close the blinds again because it's much warmer down here with the blinds closed. My toes are starting to get cold. And like I said, I stood in front of the vent up in their kitchen because I was like, oh, that'll help warm up my toes. But apparently it wasn't blowing warm air right now, so no warmed up toes for me. Just chilly toes. At least that's all I have to worry about is some chilly toes, not like frozen toes. Over that spot again, that's fine. Yeah, this pinning on this side did not work anywhere near as well as pinning it to the interior. That's wild. I also think I am probably at the end of my bobbin. We're damn close. I will be right back. I will go help Dallas and then I will be back downstairs again. I think you're probably going to get a Floofmeister again back here. At least I'll make sure you do. And then we will see there. Can we get him there? There he is, and then I'll move the mic out of the way so that you can actually see the cat, because obviously he is much more important than a microphone. There we go. All right, BRB. Alright, I am back. I see that the cat abandoned you pretty much as soon as I left. He was upstairs like, I'm gonna sneak into the garage. And I'm like, no, you're not, dork. Okay, let's try the microphone there and see if it works a little bit better. I need to get like a little extender shelf almost for my sewing desk, because then the laptop and stuff could like justify over a little bit. Or maybe just take this microphone. I gotta figure out maybe a different way to set up the microphone actually that isn't connected directly to this little tripod, so it could like go. I guess I could technically get a splitter for my phone, because the thing is that the phone runs out of charge. So the learning curve of technology for this has been intimidating. Hey, one last one that's got the zipper installed right, and then we'll swap and do ones that need their zippers flipped. Okay. Anyway, yeah, I just had a status report check-in with Dallas, and we're all set pretty much. My rings are really loose, which means it is cold. It's like everything is like drying out and losing its humidity. So I'll have to make sure to put some lotion on tonight. My cup is from Mazza House Pottery. It's like, I saw it when I was at Knit City in Vancouver, and I'm like, I have to have that. So here we are. I have it. It's just a really pretty color for the glaze. So it is a very pretty color for the glaze. Let's try and get the ring light running again so that you can see stuff a little bit better when it's held up on this side. This one's gonna get a beige lining. There we go. And then, right, because this would have been the one that I realized that I messed up. That's right. Okay. Let's do this. Put it on. Technically, I think I could sew it from the back, so we might just do that so I don't have to keep flipping this like monstrosity over back and forth and back and forth constantly. Because here's the thing, I basically use the zipper teeth as a guide. Do I have zipper feet for this machine? 100%. Am I gonna swap out for the zipper? No. Not unless it's like a real pain in the butt. The one problem with these little bit bigger pulls is I do need to actually pull it out of the way. So that is something to consider. But basically with the zipper feet, it's just like I would have to swap it for each side of the zipper. It's like that is a lot of work. And honestly, this works just as well because I don't mind the zipper showing. If I was doing like invisible zippers like in clothing or something like that, you'd want to flip it every time so that it's as close to the zipper as it can be. And there are certain cases where you want it to be as close to the zipper as possible. In this case though, we're good with a little bit of space from the teeth and everything like that. It helps keep the bag actually aligned out of the teeth for me. Alright, there's that one done. And then, yeah, I see what I need to do. I need to get an extension cord for the light that's above my head. And then we need to like put the actual, and actually an extension, like a longer cord for actually charging the phone. Then I can like weave them in here proper. And it won't be as big a deal. Alrighty, so here is this one. So how are we gonna, my goodness, these are just gonna need to be completely repinned. Oh my goodness, that is like so much wasted work. Okay, well let's do this into the interior. So should I go through, because we're trying not to task switch. So let's go through and we'll just pin all, we'll swap them all. And then we will alright, we're waiting on the capybara to see what color lining it's gonna get. So we're gonna go through and we're gonna pin them all back the other way. Oh my goodness. Alright. My brain's tired just thinking about it. But whatever. You're keeping me company right now. Whoever's watching, what are you working on right now? Are you like knitting, drinking a coffee? Coffee's always good. We'll see if I want to get these like as done as I can today. Basically done being like I would love to get these either turned and finished or to the point of being able to turn and finish tomorrow. That would be done for me. So that is the goal right now. But yes, I am tired, holy. So that goal might change a little bit just so I can get a nap in today before the kiddos come home. Because I do need to be able to think tonight as well, since we do have basically we have an info session for kindergarten. So, alright, so this is how I normally do it. So see, we line up the interior, exterior. We've basically already made our sandwich. Then I pin the handle into the interior. And actually in this case, because I've messed these up and I just want to get, I will switch and we will sew this next. Will we? Yes, because then it's out of the way and I don't have to keep putting it back and pulling out, blah, 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 blah. In and out and in and out and in and out. Alright. Let's get this measured here and then we'll go above the zipper like that. Then we'll take this like this and we'll pin it like this. And then the other side is way easier because now it's already basically in. What I do is I line up I'll line up the webbing handles on the other side with the webbing handles here, and then I don't have to measure it, which is what actually takes the time to do it, except for like the above the zipper measurement that needs to happen always. So sweet. I am still very burnt out on knitting blankets. I knit a bunch of blankets over a little bit of time, and then baby blankets, and I am so burnt out on blankets. We actually still technically have one I should finish for friends because they got married abroad, but really I should finish it to give to them because it's supposed to be a wedding gift, kind of. We wanted to kind of see if they were going to do like a party here or not because they got married in Edinburgh. So that's kind of what I was waiting to see, but at this point I think just get it done. And then I knit baby blankets. I still haven't knit myself a blanket. That should be, I think I need to be the next person on my knitted blanket recipient list. And there's actually 2 more I want to knit for the kids too, so well, it'll happen eventually. Try to keep that handle straight. Sewing here. That microphone is in the way, but I just fixed it. Okay, I am noticing some of the differences working with like the canvas in this mix as well. Their bags are handling a little bit differently going into the machine. There's not quite as like floppy here, so it's a little bit harder to fold. But that's just going to be something that like I gotta work around. Do you have a specific pattern you're working on, Andrea, or is it like just a made up thing? Or is it like, I guess more what I'm asking, is it like a scrappy like knit as you go? Or yeah, that helps too. All of the ones that I've knit have either been like worsted weight or fingering weight actually was one of them. That was my youngest, or my eldest's blanket. It's really nice, but it's like, oh my goodness. At least in that case, the 2 baby blankets were pretty small, which was awesome. And the other one that I'm working on, it's like, it started really big, and it's basically a big mitered square that's like narrowing down instead of going out, which helps. The blankets that really like wore me out were, I did a bunch of log cabin blankets. So I made one for Dallas, which thankfully was a bunch of squares, so then I just put them together. But then the following 2 that I made were wedding blankets, and they were like the mod ones, and so they were basically, it was like, it started small and then it got larger and larger and larger. And that's why I'm burnt out on blankets. But that's what I should do next time, is just like a big chunky one. Although there is one in the It came out a while ago. It was one of the ones by Nora Gone, I think. It was in the Barocco Comfort book, and it was the Star Afghan, and I still really want that one for myself. And I'm crazy and would absolutely love a Persian Dreams, but I never want to knit it. Like, I need more people in my life that would knit for me. Rather than just assuming I don't want something because I'm a knitter. That feels like a pretty common complaint in some ways. Okay, shift this down. Oh, man. I'm so annoyed about this still. It's like, come on. How long have I been making these bags? And then I make this kind of mistake. My goodness. Actually, the nice thing about having the interfacing already connected to the upper exterior of the bag itself is I don't have to deal with an extra layer there, at least, which is good. So very nice. The Boulevard blanket, I'll have to look that up. Go. That one's fixed, so we'll sew it down. How many did I mess? Okay, I do have to do a count on this. How many did I mess up? One. So I just fixed one. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I messed up 11. Oh my goodness. Okay, actually 12. So I messed up over 12 or over half of them. Damn it. That is. Oh well. Like I said, at least I didn't sew the zippers in and not notice it until after they were like like I don't have to rip any seams out now, which is good. Yeah, so after this weekend, I will be working on the pick your own orders. So if you have anything that you would like to custom order from the shop, it is actually a good time to get it in because my next focus will be that. It's finishing up from like Boxing Week sale. And, oh my goodness, sorry guys. Put this back over apparently. Yeah, I'll be like finishing up from Boxing Day. Oh, there we go. Let's put you over here. Microphone can go here. Look at that. That's so much better. Well, we're getting to get this figured out eventually. Might even look like I'm doing this professionally. Anyway, if you're looking to get any custom orders done right now, that like the next week is actually a good week to get it in because I'll be doing a bunch of like cutting and sorting for the custom orders already on order, basically. You'll still be at like the bottom of the pile, but that'll be my focus for the next probably couple weeks. Just so I don't fall behind like I did earlier in 2023, because that did happen and it was embarrassing as well. Don't want that to happen again. Don't need that to happen again. Yeah, that is one nice thing about the like scrappy blankets though, is it's like it's not like you like if it goes into timeout or pause or whatever you want to call it, waiting, I don't know, I wouldn't feel as guilty about it. I technically do actually have a miter square, like sock weight miter square blanket on the needles. If I know where it is another thing. But again, because I don't have a lot of scraps right now either, because I'm not knitting much, it's not going to go anywhere for a while, so. Actually, the big thing, I did pare down a lot of my yarn when I moved it from the cutting studio into the basement, But I need to do another good pare down so I can do a big de-stash, because I'm like, there's so much here. And like, I've been buying yarn for so long that my tastes have changed. What I want to knit has changed. What I want to focus my like knitting energy on has changed, I guess might be the better description. And so it's like at the point where it's like, okay, I need to like really do a harsh cut of my yarn. I did a bit before we moved last year, and now it's just time to go again. I'm like, I would love to de-stash a full bin of yarn right now. And like, not a small bin, like one of my working like business bin sizes, because it's just too much. And someone else will love it as much or more than me, so, and probably use it. Now, I will never get fully rid of my stash because I think it's still a valuable, it's kind of like books. You can pick it up whenever you want it and then it's there, sort of thing. There's a value in having it around, but I do need to lighten the weight of the stash, just on, again, my mental space and stuff like that. Make more mental space instead of always being like, oh, I got that in stash, I should work with it. I don't know. And that might not all happen at once either. But I want to also be able to buy yarn without like feeling like, well, you've got so much at home. Right? So, I don't know. I'll figure it out eventually. I gotta do the same with some fabric, and like, actually we need to do a sample sale basically of bags that like I've prototyped and like haven't put into production, or that I have like made a bunch of, but it didn't, like, the amount of labor that went into them make them restrictive to actually produce, basically. So I'm gonna have to do a sample sale later this year as well for business sample sale, because stuff just changes. Also got a bunch of like the fabric envelopes, which were the original iteration for the like cross stitch and embroidery bags, and I'm never making those again. And so basically they're just massive rectangles with a zipper at the top, which makes them super useful, but also not useful at all in some ways. So I gotta figure out if I'm gonna repurpose those or just basically sample sale them. There's just a lot of them, so I think I'm leaning towards I'm gonna figure out how to repurpose them. Maybe I'll make them like larger, like I'll take apart the wedge and do a larger wedge or something like that. That would at least make them more usable for a knitting bag. Because I only put small wedges in them because they were intended to only be used for small, well, not small, but like thin, like embroidered hoops and stuff like that. But I found the accordion pouch is going to be a lot better for actually doing cross stitch and embroidery. Actually, that's the other thing I'll focus on after Airdrie, is I want to really nail down that cross stitch and embroidery bag and get it into production as well. And then we'll have to also experiment with that new Kando bag that's inspired by the Japanese rice bags, because that's gonna be one that I want in. I'm also thinking that will be a good shape and size for kimono, or not kimono, but obi pieces. I need to print the pattern, and it's an AO size. I can get the AO size, so I will get that done soon, so I don't have to tape it together, because that takes a lot of time and, like, again, mental energy. So alright. This makes so much more sense than what I was doing earlier. My goodness. Alright, so if you come on the stream and you see Katie installing her zippers in a very silly way, stupid way, feel free to yell in the chat. We are installing them correctly right now. Oh my goodness. Like I said, oh well. I'm gonna blame tired brain. That was the other awesome thing about actually the fact that so here's the thing, the marathon, what do they call it? It's like, it's all the miles leading up to the marathon that are like the hard part in some ways. Like, The marathon's just the victory lap of that training. And that is one of the things I was super pleased with myself with, is usually I drop my training so hard around show prep season, and I didn't this year, which I think in and of itself is a pretty big accomplishment too. Like the only thing I did, my taper was pretty fast and hard just before, but honestly it helped clear up the last little bit of like tension in my calf and foot from the plantar fasciitis, which we've been working, like it's one of those things where it's just it's really tough to get rid of without like the rest, and so the rest really helped with like clear that up quite a bit. No, it dropped down, damn it. Oh well. So yeah, so I'm hoping, like, I'm gonna try and carry that sort of like motivation as well into 2024, of keep up the training no matter kind of what, like, as long as I'm not sick and the kids aren't like ridiculously sick or grumpy. But my youngest is going to be starting the same schedule as my eldest in like 2 weeks. They're wrapping up at their current day home, which is like so sad actually. It's really sad, but it's also going to be really good because then they'll be on the same schedule, which means that I get an extra like half an hour to hour to myself, which is basically the amount that I will be training for most of these runs for the half marathon. So it won't even really disrupt my working day at all this round, which will be awesome. All right, let's get these cats onto the sliding. Okay, so the zip is at the other end, so I need to like pull it out of the way once I get past a certain point on this end. Alrighty. And I gotta figure out that's something I'll figure out tonight, is the control panel, so that it's not doesn't just keep stitching. Stitch across like this. Oh, and the bobbin thread is out. Okay, actually that worked because I back stitched on the other side, and it looks like it caught both the front and the back stitch. Perfect. So we'll trim that thread up, and then we'll get this swapped. Hat is helping my toes an insane amount. It's good. And the coffee probably too didn't hurt, to be honest. Okay, there we go. Bobbins in. Oh yeah, there was, so after we did all the runs, of course we went back into the parks because we wanted to visit the parks with the kids and their grandparents, my in-laws. But there's actually a new ride at Magic Kingdom that's super cool. So basically you're sitting on like a motorbike. It's based on Tron Light Cycle, which is a ride that they actually installed at Shanghai Disneyland when it got built, and then it was so popular there that they've actually brought it over here, which is super cool. But anyway, the ride mechanics themselves are really cool, but it was also just a really good ride. And it was the first time that Dallas and I had ridden it, and just all of that jazz, so it was really fun. So one of the cool things with Disney is like they continue to update the parks and like change it up so that you have a new or different experience like every time you go, basically, which is super cool. Oh, come on. Come on. Up and through here. There we go. Actually, and then the other cool thing about the runs, sorry, like I said, I'm still on the high. If you thought you were going to get away from the run content just because I'm done running, I am sorry to report that's not going to happen for a while. But the really cool thing is it's like how many people, or how many older folks there were actually running. So there was a woman from Brazil, I think. At least that was the color she was wearing and the like configuration of everything that she was wearing. And she was 73 and running the same challenge as us, which was was super cool. There's another woman in front of us that we kept like trading basically groups with. She came in, I think, just after Dallas and I. It was something like, I'm 72 and perfectly dopey or something like that. So I don't know if the perfectly dopey meant that she had run all her dopey races perfectly, meaning she finished all of them. But just the fact that she is 72 and like running this race was like, to me, that's nuts. No, I just got my thread in my in the hand crank. Damn it. Okay, well, I guess when I'll have to open this back up in a little bit. We'll get through Airdrie and then I'll open it back up and clean all the thread back out of the drive shaft for this. Alright, I think the hedges should be a white lining. What do I have left? I've got a few beige and more white. Okay, so I think let's just pair these up and make sure that like I've got enough cut. So hedges with white, that makes sense. Black cat with the purple with white makes sense to me. The tuxedo cat and florals will go to white. Hedges on like monochrome hedges go white. Geisha white because it's a fairly light background. And then the two Alice's will go beige. Okay, yeah, so the capybara down here are brown because this last white one will go with the other, the one that we haven't even pinned yet, but the other like granny square triangles will go with this last white piece. There we go. Mystery solved. All right. Okay, so and then for that we needed to cut 2 more pieces of yellow because we pilfered it for the bird bag. Okay, I'm gonna drop all the handles that we have right behind my chair so I know what we're using them for. And then these will go for Alice. This will go for the capybara, which is already pinned correctly, but we'll do the hedgies first since they're sitting right here. More coffee. All right, there we go. And then pluck and pluck. Now the only thing I gotta figure. Still not used to using the zipper pulls. I just totally yanked that off. Damn it. Oh my goodness. It's just gonna be one of those days. At least the sewing machine, fingers crossed, is still working well and all that jazz. Okay. But since these are already staggered, it should be pretty easy to put together, I hope. Oh, never mind. Lies. Lies. Come on. Zip pull. Haha, I did it. It's got a massive, there we go. That should still be able to be sewn in. It's not that far off. I do leave myself like an extra inch of zipper tape on either side. We're good. We're just gonna go with it's good. All right, start the sandwich. And it's warmed up again. That tells me that the furnace has worked well, and hopefully the sun is going to help warm up the basement too, because yeah, I'm not as cold down here as I was last year, so that does tell me that we are warming up at least, because I think we're, oh yeah, we've definitely warmed up. It's like only minus 11 right now versus like the low last night was minus 30. So when we came back from on our flight, it was minus 32 when we got in the truck. That was cold, especially because like even though like Florida was not that warm, definitely wasn't that cold either. It was like a 40-degree swing for us. So Although there's a bunch of people, of course, coming back from cruises, because Miami and Port Canaveral are really big cruise terminals down there. And they're like, yeah, it was 80s. And I'm like, oh, you are not going to be in the 80s when you get off this plane, that's for sure. Super chill. I don't even know what would 12 degrees Celsius-ish. So we got up to 25, 26 on our last day there when we were in Hollywood Studios. So it's like double it plus. Yeah, so that would be like low to mid 80s probably. So most days it was in like the 60s, I think. It's 12, so 18 degrees Celsius. Double it and add 30-ish for like approximations. So 36 plus 30. Yeah, so like high 60s. I don't know if someone's watching in Fahrenheit. But yeah, like 18 degrees or so. Again, not bad, but like it was a cool 18. Reminds me of, so the first trip Dallas and I took to Japan, I looked at the forecast and I went, hey, it's like mid-teens. Awesome, that'll be nice and warm. We're coming out of winter, because of course this was March that we went in. And all of that it'll be nice. It was so cold. It was like raining, and so we were very underpacked for the weather, and it was just, we froze our butts off for like a good half of that trip, because we packed for 15 degrees in Canada, not 15 degrees in Japan. So cold. Ugh. Still remember that, obviously. One of the big things is with the rain is that we didn't have adequate like layers underneath, and as soon as the rain hits, of course, you're dry, but the problem is that it absorbs the heat, of course, and then it basically takes all this heat away from you, and that's why we were so cold, is because our rain jackets were wet and cold, or our rain jackets were wet, so it was taking all the heat away from our bodies. So even with like hats and gloves and all of this, it was miserable. And the thing about it is I have been there when it's been the same temperatures in like last November. That was about right, and it was perfectly balmy, like it was fine. So it's just like, it just depends on what actual like weather system is happening. Like if it's raining, it's obviously going to be colder, and time of year too. If it was like that temperature and raining and like, yeah, I don't know, actually no, it would be just as cold or colder if that happened in the summertime. So Caroline and I lucked out that we had pretty good weather. It wasn't too hot most days, and it also wasn't too cold, so I was very glad for that. Alright, let's get these hedgies sewn. Go, 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 and then we can do the capybara. And then we can do the other ones that I messed up. Although actually it hasn't taken that long to remedy this mistake, at least, which is nice. So one thing I don't know is Dallas is home all week, so I will be streaming quite a bit this week just to keep myself on track. You know, it's already the start of the show push, which is insane to me. Sorry, I'm just opening up the zipper there, so that took some concentration. Apparently more than talking and sewing does. Oh my goodness, that is so far off that it's not even funny. I am literally just catching the very edge of the like fabric scruff, and I'm not even catching the zipper, of course. Alrighty, let's realign this and then go back over it, hopefully. There we go. Anyway, I will be streaming a lot in the afternoons just because of the jet lag. I don't know how much I will be on in the evenings, unfortunately. But probably, given how early the kids went to bed last night, I probably will be on for like a couple hours post dinner sort of idea or something. I don't know. I'll figure it out. Obviously, I'm going to be on for a little bit longer today. I still have 3 hours before we need to pick up the kids, so I'll probably be on for at least a couple more hours, which means that we should at least be able to get all the zippers installed in these bags, I hope. Yeah, I will not be on to stream tonight. Let's go with that, because then I can sleep again tonight. And then I should be able to be on tomorrow, because what's tomorrow? Tomorrow's Tuesday. And then, yeah, we'll go from there. Best way to find out, though, if and when I am streaming is my Instagram stories. That's where I actually end up posting the information every single time I do it. It's also where I'll post if I have to kind of shimmy stuff around because of kiddos. But with Dallas home, he can take on the children's. Alrighty, next one, capybara. There we go. Alright, let's get this in through. Alright, that just pulled everything down. Well, we'll leave it hanging for a moment here. We'll get the mic off of the fabric that is currently moving, and then I will tidy that up. Too many things that have too short of cords trying to be plugged in. Alright, let's see here. There we go. That should fix most of it, hopefully. Shimmy this back in. Give it a little bit more room. And then, yeah, now it's not directly in the path of, like, the drop down. Okay. I'm gonna have to figure out a better solution than that, though, for later. Alright, make sure everything's plugged in again. Alright. Better. Cord can go back there. Alright, where are we at? We are at Geisha. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then the one that we need to cut the webbing for. So, cranking along here. Now, if I stop knocking my mic over, I would be extremely happy. That is one nice thing. That would be one better thing to have it up on the shelf. But I do feel like the sound quality, at least from what I can see on my end for the actual, like, little equalizer bar, is that it does pick up my voice better down here than it does up on the shelf. Makes sense, it's closer. So with people saying that they can't hear anything on at least the posts that get done, I don't know, I think this is a better option, but the fact that I keep knocking it down tells me it is not a better option, so I don't know what to do. I guess we'll see. And I do apologize to anyone who's wearing headphones, because that crash like that I'm so sorry. That would suck. So maybe rather than like an extension for the laptop, I just need to like get something where the little box block for the microphone to sit on, because the laptop's not going to go anywhere or get pushed around by the sewing. It's the mic that's getting pushed around by the sewing. So if I were able to like just set it behind the laptop, it would be a bit better. But I don't know. Oh well. That is a problem for future Katie right now, not current Katie. So she can figure it out later. When I come back and I curse past Katie about it, remember that I said that. Oh my goodness. It's, yeah. Alright, let's get this pinned in. What did I say, 5 or 6 bags left? That's not bad. Should be able to finish these up in the next like hour. At least like this side of it, probably. Actually faster than that. Probably the next 20 minutes or so. And then we can go in and we can sew the other side of the zipper into the bag, which will be actually faster in some ways because all we'll have to do is measure up from the zipper instead of in from the zipper. Because basically what I do now is I just make sure that everything's evened up to the zippers that are currently or the webbing that's currently installed, so that it matches, because otherwise it will look, it's kind of like how I make sure that the zipper on the box bag now is like centered, is I like basically center it based on the bag rather than measurements, because then if the measurements are slightly off, or they are off they're off because of whatever reason, the zipper is centered based on that bag's center line instead of an arbitrary inch line or centimeter line. Anyway. Let's get this even up on the back here so that the zipper is good. It feels like it is good. Actually, yeah, I said that I was going to start that, or I was going to knit that calligraphy card again later this year, but maybe what I'll do is I'm going to pull the yarn out for it, and I'm going to wind it, and that's just the project that I'll work on in general, like as I get time. I have one more colorwork stocking to finish for next year, so that's not bad. I was going to reknit the stocking for my eldest, but the one that I knit them originally is so cute that I'm just going to stick with it. It doesn't match the colors perfectly, but whatever. It matches the general theming. It's by the same like designer, so it's like at least it's a similar like motif. The only thing it doesn't match is like, well, okay, the weight of the yarn doesn't match and the color doesn't match because I'm knitting our, I knit the originals out of Jameson and Smith, and the new ones are getting knit out of some yarn from Carolina of Ancient Arts Yarns, the Hurley, the DK, which she generously gifted to me because I was complaining about how I went between 2 lots of Jameson and Smith, and even in the natural, and since it's natural, it came from different sheep, of course, and the lots didn't match, so the yarn, like the color didn't match. So anyway, so there'll be 3 out of the Hurley, and there'll be 1 from the original Jameson and Smith, and that's fine. It'll look fine, or it'll look good enough that I don't have to knit another. So, but I finished I'm mostly finished Alice's, and I mostly finished mine, and then I just gotta finish my youngest's, which isn't bad. Because I was kind of like, I always leave myself to the end for these sorts of things, and I'm like, the youngest isn't gonna remember their not having like an actual stocking, like, or their stocking this year. So I'll finish mine first, and then I'll finish theirs, which I didn't this year, but now it can be done next year. So, there we go. But yeah, I think what I should do is I should wind the yarn for the calligraphy cardigan, and then as I feel like knitting anything, I can pick it up, because it is a stockinette sweater, which means I will have to knit it back and forth and back and forth and back and forth instead of in the round. So it'll be a nice, just like rhythmic knit in some ways, hopefully. I do prefer knitting in the round, but whatever. It'll be fine. There's nothing else. Well, okay, there's a couple things that have caught my attention recently. One that I saw on Instagram that's like, oh, what was it called? It was some sort of raglan, but it had almost like a lice stitch. So it's like, but it was knit in such a way where it was like the colors they used basically were a rainbow, a muted rainbow against a beige. It was really cute. So, and a raglan. Raglans always fit me better as well, because I do have wider shoulders, so I don't, like a raglan, I don't have to worry as much of like the shoulders fitting as a set-in sleeve. So it's the way I cheat the system to make sure that stuff fits. Okay, go. All right. I am starting to drag really hardcore right now, so let's try and get all this side done, and then I do think it is officially nap time. And then I can come back and I can finish the other side of the zipper before we pick up kiddos. Actually, if Dallas isn't working upstairs in the bedroom, that's what I can do. If he's working upstairs in the bedroom, then it doesn't work. So maybe we'll just continue installing zippers at this point. Whatever. In fact, I can now hear him on the monitor, the baby monitor. It's on the same surge bar as all this, so as soon as I like turn it on, of course the baby monitor starts to get a charge, and so it turns on as well. Okay, I'm going to pull this zipper through here. Going to put this down so I can lift the foot and push the zipper past the foot. Come on, there we go. Then we're going to shimmy this all down again, and then we're going to straighten out that handle because it is like demanding that it turns, and that's not cool. There we go. So 4 plus 1 to actually get the zipper installed in on. Are you ready to do shelving down here, or are you just getting ready?
Just getting ready.
Okay, cool.
Just trying to finish off mine.
Okay.
Do you know where the push pins are?
There was a set, I think, in those bins that came down from the pony wall last night. They're up in the kitchen right now. Otherwise, I don't know where the push pins are down here. Again. The eternal question is, where are the push pins for bibs? We have like 600 of them floating around, but you can't find them when you need them. Alright. This one is ridiculously adorable. Like, look at these tuxedo cats. I really like this one right here. With that, like, look back face. So when he comes down to install those, obviously I won't put you through the noise of the, basically we're putting up some stuff to hang medals with, so that they're out of the kiddos' reach and so that they are actually on display. But yeah, so I will take a break at that point, and then I may or may not start the stream up again before we pick kiddos up. Probably not. Maybe afterwards though. Actually, definitely afterwards, once they're kind of settled in to chill for the evening. Although I don't think that's like where they're also extremely tired after. Because we're all, I don't know, I find this so going isn't bad, but coming back is brutal for jet lag for me typically. It has been better the last couple trips, like going to Japan and coming back has been better, but I think that's because I've also had stuff to do. I think having to prep for Airdrie is going to be good for that, but I do think it's going to be brutal for the kids. Alright, we're gonna move that zipper head this way so it's out of the way a little bit better. Dun 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 dun. Yeah, that's the humming. That's what I tried to avoid to do. If you missed my comment about it earlier, someone came in and actually commented on one of the videos. They must have watched it back. So I'm like, okay, thanks for the views and the comment. And they're like, you had terrible humming. And I'm like, oh, I didn't even realize I had been humming. Because it's a subconscious thing when I'm just like trying to work along. And I am trying to not hum. Because when if I get enough subscribers and enough view hours, I do want to like monetize the channel. But it was just such a funny comment. It's like, yeah, it probably is terrible humming because I'm not a singer. I just realized you could be better focused in on my face on there. That's okay. I don't know what happened though either, because it's like, it must have been because it was like a stress release or something like that, but I actually broke out massively after the runs. I'm like, oh great. Ooh, did that. Oh no. This isn't good. Okay. So let's zip that back this way. There we go. And then I'll keep it. It was like splitting and not aligning correctly. Go. Good. Okay, and I've already got the other bobbin wound. That's good. Okay, we need to backstitch this. Okay. This foot, put the needle down. Then I'm gonna shimmy the zipper past, or as past as I can get it without running. Well, I ran into the webbing. That's fine. There we go. Sweet. All right. 3 more messed up zippers. 1 that needs the webbing cut and fully pinned. And then, so that's 4 bags left. 4 bags left. We've almost done it, even with the mess up. Man, this would have been so much faster if I hadn't messed up the zippers. Next time. Next time we won't mess up the zippers, right? If you're watching now and you watch me next time and I start messing up zippers, yell at me in the chat. I will gratefully accept the guidance. Go and then what's the temperature now? Still -11. We're supposed to get up to a high of -10 right now. Whew. Still chilly, but nowhere near as bad. -10 is manageable with like, and I know there's the whole thing of like, well, if you're cold when you're outside, it's just you're dressed wrong. But like -40 is hard to combat. It's one of those situations where like school's getting canceled because the buses don't start, sort of thing. Alright. No. Those are supposed to be up there to help hold it in place. Okay, we're gonna back up the laptop here. Which means, oh, there we go. Now the mic is like actually on something, so it can't keep falling. It's fallen the furthest it can in its current position. There we go. Scissors there. This out of the way. This here. Like that. Shimmy, shimmy. Okay. Need the... There's the webbing. I'm like, where'd the webbing go? But there it is. Okay. Like that. I'm gonna take this. I'm gonna do this. And I'm gonna do that. And I'm gonna come around here. Wind it over like this. And I have to talk to myself so I don't mess this up again. This may not have been what you were here for originally, but that's what you're here for now. Katie talking to herself. And then Katie cursing at herself because she's got to do more pockets ricotta. That's actually what was on the machine. I like got down here and I'm like, what was I even working on before I left? And then I remembered that I was working on pockets because that's what was on the machine. You could tell what it was. And then I looked in the cutting studio and I'm like, well, why are the big bags in the cutting studio? And then I brought them out because I was like, well, we'll start working on those because at least I know I pretty much can get those or either done or very close to finished today. But I forgot that I needed to like cut the webbing and everything for them, so I had to go back to the room for the webbing, which realistically wasn't that big a deal, but it's just kind of funny. Alright, we're gonna make sure that that's straight on. And we're gonna sew past the webbing a little bit, and then we will put the needle in the down position. We'll move the zipper head out of the way. Finish that. There we go. Alright. The two Alices and then the last granny like triangles. And for the granny triangles we need to do we need to get more yellow webbing because we stole the yellow webbing from the granny triangles to put into the that other thing. The birds. The birds got the yellow webbing instead because the birds are bright, and I was gonna put navy webbing with it, but I decided on the birds because the birds were so bright, and that'll make more sense. Doesn't make any sense right now if you weren't watching earlier, but it will make more sense when I actually show it to you while we're sewing it. So I promise it will make more sense soon. And then we'll have to split these into black and white piles for like what's getting black top stitching and what's getting white top stitching. So the next step is getting the second side of the zipper installed so that the zipper is fully installed. And then we top stitch everything, and then we top stitch everything. Then what do we do? Then we'll do the sides. And then we do the boxing, so we like cut the box edges, and then we finish the box edges and we turn, and it's done. And that's why I like wedge shapes, because they are straight forward and decently easy. I am trying to figure out, I want to bring back the wedge shape for the small box bag at least, and maybe the large box bag too, but the small box bag, or a small wedge bag in particular. Because I still really like the shape. The knot bag kind of replaced it, but the knot bag's sales have also dropped, so that's actually why the knot bag replaced the small wedge bag, is that it had been more popular than the knot bag for a year. So I dropped the production of it, which is fine, but now the wedge bag, or the knot bags, are also going that way, so I'm thinking I will swap back to the wedge bags, at least for a little bit. But I am trying to figure out what can kind of make them unique, because the wedge bag is kind of the entry-level bag for most sewists, because it is like straightforward, super easy, nice straight forward sewing, all of that, besides the zipper basically. And even the zipper as you can see if you've been practicing for a while, isn't that daunting. As long as you put them the right direction when you're pinning them in your bag. But yeah, I'm thinking like maybe a mesh pocket or something like that might help, or like they need to be zhuzhed up a little bit, but I don't want to zhuzh them up so much that like I have to change the price point a lot either. So the price point would be comparable to this, it would be the same as the small box bag. So I'm thinking a pocket in it will be what I do. Again though, I just haven't gotten there yet, so we'll get there eventually. There's only so many hours in a day, and a lot of that time is dedicated right now. Well, it was dedicated to training and children, because it has to be. So, but yeah, a mesh pocket, I think, especially on the small wedge bag would be really nice. So, there is a new style of small box bag that I'll probably be bringing in. I have been playing around with it. But I gotta change up the dimensions that I'm using to what the pattern dimensions were instead of what I think they should be. So I will be doing that here soon. The other thing is just figuring out the price point on it, because it's like, it is extra, it's just different work, basically. It's more hours into it as well. So there's a couple things to sort out there. But yeah, there's some exciting stuff on the horizon for new things. Hopefully, maybe, we'll see, I guess. At least that's what I'm planning currently. Alright, last messed up zipper. And then we'll do the other one. I don't think I even have a zipper cut for it, so I think we'll just use a, like a pre-made. Actually, it's got pink in it, so we'll maybe use the bright pink zipper, especially with the bright yellow webbing handles will look really good, like just chef's kiss sort of thing. Oh man, I need some lotion. I have lotion like right there. Let me grab that, because my hands are actually getting itchy because they've lost a bunch of moisture this already. I haven't even been home for a full 48 hours yet. Where'd it go? There's the zipper. Alright, zipper's falling off. At least the webbing didn't fall off. Put some of this on, and then we will there we go. That helps a bit. I just have to be better about it. Really bad before we went actually already, and I'm like, man, we're not even fully in winter yet. And then yeah, 2 days in and they're already like dry. But this is nice lotion. Got gifted it from Takako of Edelknit. It's steam cream from Japan, and it soaks in very well and very quickly, and you saw how much, like, it doesn't take much to actually get a moisture barrier, which is nice too. So especially given some like ones you have to like put so much on to get anything out of it, it's ridiculous. Alrighty, let's get this pinned in, or pinned in. It's like clipped in. No, we're pinning, Katie. It's pins. You need your ruler. Measure from this side. Yeah, I always talk about like the tedious part of bags, and I think for the big bags, as easy as they do come together, this is the tedious point. It's like pinning all the webbing and the zippers in, because there's no way around it. There's no way to make it faster, really. I guess there might be a way to make it faster, but I haven't found it yet, and I've been making these for a while, so you know. If you see a faster way to do it, please chime in. I would love to hear what we might be able to do to speed this up, but I don't feel like there's much. It's all just, it's not even that picky. It's like sewing the pockets for the Kato bags. Although the Katos are, I'm always like, oh man, they always take longer than I remember, and that's because it's like you're basically sewing 2 bags and then putting them together. That's why. Whereas like the big bag, because you're sewing it together with the zipper, you're not, you just sew it together and then you birth it. Whereas the Kato bag is you basically sew 2 bags and then you birth 1 bag out of the other bag. So just different points of tedium. Alright. Dallas is down here to install stuff, so I'm gonna mute the mic, but you can keep watching if you want.
Well, no, I'm gonna be bit.
Oh, you're still gonna be bit. Never mind then.
Gotta be.
Well, we will keep working with the mic on then until then. Alrighty. Okay, there we go. And we'll scoot along here. Alright, needle down.
They're too long, by the way. I got the longer version.
Oh, I didn't realize there's 2 lengths.
Yep, me neither.
Whoops. Oh well. Oh, so it doesn't match your other one up top?
No, but
Oh.
it works.
Oh well.
If you want to check it out.
Yeah, it'll be.
It'll be there forever.
Yeah, I can check afterwards.
Where am I going?
Up on this thing, I thought. That's what I figured.
Like right there?
All right. Obviously, I'm going mute because Dallas is down here installing stuff. We're just discussing where we were actually putting the bars to hang the metals down. So I will be back after he has done that. As for I do not currently make book sleeves. It's something, actually I've never thought of actually doing a book sleeve. I've always thought of doing like the covers on the book, but the problem is with so many book sizes, that doesn't work. But that would be a good use or reuse of the fabric from the fabric envelopes, is to actually make book sleeves. Now, I guess the question would be, if you're looking for a book sleeve, are you looking for one that like has a flap over top, or like is just a slip in, nothing, no closure, nothing fancy sort of thing, right? Because there's a couple different types that kind of do. Obviously, if I go silent again here, that's when Dallas comes down. It is down in this area. So this is the one that we need to cut the yellow webbing for, and then I think I'm gonna do a hot pink zipper if I've still got some in stock in the right length, which I do. Look at that. Oh yeah, that with a yellow webbing is gonna look spectacular. bars are up, so that means that I am back to checked. But that actually gave my brain a very good break, to be honest. Anyway, book sleeves are a really good idea. I think in that case, either a good option would be to maybe do a snap up top, but realistically, a slip-in book sleeve would actually be the most accessible in some ways for a lot of people. So, like, again, mobility issues potentially. All of that. I think a slip-in one would be best. It'd be a lot of fun though, because yeah, like I said, I've thought of like doing the covers, but the problem is that there's so many different shaped books that how do you do a cover for books really? I know it can be done, but I guess it's more, I'm not interested in doing it. There we go. Alright, so I don't know if you saw, if you were watching for a couple minutes, you saw that that second like handle is way faster than the first in some ways. And then these do get sewn down in the top stitching, so this little like lump here with the actual bag gets like tacked down with the top stitching is what happens. This one is dark enough that it will have black top stitching versus white top stitching. So the next splitting of the group will be into black and white top stitching piles basically. So that we can, then I don't, like I can top stitch everything that needs to be white right now. Then we can switch to black top stitching afterwards and then stitch everything with black top stitching, because that's just one of the efficiencies to do rather than like switching thread back and forth constantly. So, alright, pop that there. Wait. I'm like, what am I looking for? But I'm looking for handles. Could I go through and do all of these at the same time? Yes, and I probably should. Am I going to today? No, I just want to get them like, well, maybe I should. I don't know. We'll figure it out in a minute. I do typically pin the webbing together actually because, oh, nope, this one has to go back under the machine because there is a gap in the stitching right there. Okay. Like, wait, there's light shining through there. Oh, right, this is the one where it skipped a bit because the zipper head was in the way. So let's get that fixed. Glad I noticed that now because it's easier to fix it now. And then we'll go back in and we'll do the other side of the webbing. Okay, 1 second here. Throw it underneath. There we go. Anyway, I like the idea of like book sleeves as well because it's like I'm trying to broaden the audience, and that would both like be within the audience I'm currently in. Lots of readers and knitters, obviously. Actually, e-book sleeves would be another one that would be really good probably to do as well. Maybe what I should do for those though is more of a like custom order. No, we could do, well, the ready-made stock is mostly from shows anyway, so that would be something. Those would be really good. So I need some different products for OdaFest if I get accepted. Book sleeves would be really good for OdaFest, especially like manga-sized book sleeves. And like a little tiny box at the bottom so that you've got a little bit of wiggle room. And then yeah, maybe a snap up top just so stuff isn't slipping out. Although realistically, if it's a thin book, no wedge will work better. So we could do like, I could do a couple different not shapes really, but like sizing. One's with or without wedge, so you could have like the chunky books in one and the slimmer books in another. Or something, I don't know. I'll figure it out. So, thank you for the idea. I think that will actually work really well. And I'll start maybe with the sizing to manga. Although sizing to manga, I would be able to do the actual like flippy floppy, or not like, or like more of a book cover, so you can like cover up what you're reading in case you're embarrassed about it out in public. Which would have been, yeah, exactly. It would be like a nice additional market without being an insane like difference of work, and also still applicable to like knitters is more what that's what I was trying to get at. There we go. Not so far out of where I currently am, but added people. because there's lots of knitters and readers, and yeah, I think probably book sleeves and ebook sleeves too. And then the ebooks could have a little bit of padding in them, because the book sleeves, I think, would be something that would be padded. Like, what would, I guess that's the next thing, is like padding or no padding for like actual book sleeves, right? And I feel like no padding would be better, because you'd be able to fit more books into this spot, because the thing about padding is it does take up quite a bit of room on the interior of the actual, like, whatever you're making sort of thing. Because I'm thinking like, not just interfacing, I'm thinking like quilt batting itself or something like that. Okay, I'm going to pin this one actually up on the zipper here. And that's a good way to like use up some of the older fabrics to experiment with and stuff like that too. That's what I like doing with it typically. Come on. Pins. In. There we go. And it would also pair nicely with the bookmarks, the corner bookmarks that are now in the shop. So it'd be a very good like gift set actually. That would be a lot of fun. Get a book sleeve and a corner bookmark together. Okay, I need to figure out this control panel actually before I start the next bag, because this is getting very annoying and is actually kind of dangerous about like, or just keep stitching like that. Zipper head back and out of the way. Right. Needle down. Lift the foot. Unzip the zipper. Yeah, I was thinking, yeah, padding for the e-readers makes sense, because then it's like, it is just that little bit of extra protection that they all need. But yeah, for books, I think we wouldn't need much. The other nice thing about e-readers is their standardized sizing, so they're just like a nice, it wouldn't need any boxing or anything like that. And actually, if I were to do that, what I could do, even for the book sleeves, is like have them ready-made, but with the space for like a snap or something like that. So if someone wanted to add a closure up top, they could add it either on the website or in person or whatever. Just bring the snap machine with me. Okay. I'm like, I ran out of space up here. What the heck? Oh, okay. What time is it? It is almost 3 o'clock. Okay, I need to caffeinate a little bit, so I am going to turn the microphone off, and I am going to go grab a snack out, so I will be back in like a couple of minutes. There is no cat to entertain you right now. I am sorry. But there's my face. I'll be back in like 5 minutes. got a call that the eldest is sick. So hopefully the rest of us don't have it. Although, who knows? Traveling is a risky business right now. Now, I need to get in. So I will have to leave to pick up the youngest at 5. And I do have to restart the collab cam. So I'll be right back with that. Hey Delia, what's up? Why aren't you letting me join? There we go. Mute the mic on this one. And we'll pop it back into here. Didn't mess up the camera, but at least I got my snack. Dallas is off to get the eldest as well, which is good. Alright, let's go into studio mode. Thank you for sticking around, because I know it's like I'm up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down all day today. Still haven't had my nap. Nap would have still been good. But maybe just an early bedtime is what's in order for tonight. There we go. Alright, we are back to hopefully still get these finished before I gotta go pick up the youngest kiddo. I don't even know how many in I am on, like, getting these zippers in, but that's okay. We will. The only way to finish is through. Let's see. Let's fold these down, kind of give them a good kind of a finger press, just so they're a little bit more in. Okay, and then we're gonna go down, bring up the exterior, line the exteriors up. And then we'll line up the interiors like this. Then, oh yeah, look at that sunshine coming through now. Ooh, it's nice. Okay, there we go. Sorry, I didn't really explain the process. So right now what we're doing is we're going to go through and we're going to pin the second piece of webbing here. We're gonna make sure that these are actually lined up now that I've got them laid down. Yeah. You want the interior a little bit smaller than the exterior because then it won't be like super baggy in the bottom of the bag itself. So that's what I was just double checking to make sure that it wasn't like 2 or 3 inches below the bag, because you know that's not gonna work very well for making a non-baggy lining. Alright, webbing is here. What we're going to do is basically, I do also make sure that like these are both folded the same direction like that, and then we're going to pin it up here. Go here, and then scoot this down. I'm glad Dallas is here because it's like it's a very, very mild fever, but that doesn't mean it still doesn't disrupt my day, unfortunately. It's like this week is the one week I have to kind of fully immerse myself in for this show, so Dallas being home to help take care of kiddos is going to be extremely beneficial. And the eldest will be super happy. They're very much a daddy's kiddo, so. Did get actually their first haircuts down at Disney, and it's really cool because we had an early appointment, so they have like a barbershop quartet. They came in and actually sang the like first haircut song, which is super cool, and they get like a little hat and like the first haircut and all of that, and they both did extremely well. And now neither of them has like a whole bunch of hair hanging in their eyes anymore when they're playing, which is going to be so much better for them both. Like massive relief. Although for my youngest, it's like, nope, you are, because they had to take for some reason there's like a patch on the back of their head that was super like gross. It was like really dry and crunchy and like not matted, but just was not the same texture as the rest of the hair. So I needed to go, but so that the length of the rest of the hair matched that spot that had to be trimmed down really far, they had to take a lot of hair off. And now I'm just like, no, we are growing your hair back out because you are a completely different looking child. Like, to the point where I'm extremely glad I took pictures of them before we went into the park and got their hair cut, because they don't look the same at all. The eldest got a little bit of a cleanup, but like, didn't have anything grungy like that on the back of their heads, so they look like the same kiddo, just with bangs now, so that they both can see. So on stream today, since we ran behind because I messed up the zipper pin in, we'll finish up the zippers, and then I'm gonna go have a nap, and then I'll come back on after dinner tonight and get the side seams done and the wedge done. That's what we'll do. That's a nice compromise. I won't be late tonight though, because it's just like, I will still probably be exhausted. I'm gonna be worried all week that we're all gonna get sick. The eldest may not be completely sick either. It could just be like travel bleh. Let's hope that that's what it is. Who knows? Okay. There we go. That is lined up as best as I'm gonna get it. So let's fold this down. Fold that up. And then pin this in. Capybara fabric is some of their, I think this one was from like March of, no, not a March trip. It would like been, it was probably one of the November trips with Dallas. It was definitely a trip with Dallas, but it had gotten to the point where it's like just the dregs left kind of thing. It's like one of those awkward spots of like, okay, what do you use it for? Because the print dimensions are too large to actually do it for a small box bag, or even, and I didn't have enough for a large box bag, so I was like, but now that we can do this like bottom with the canvas, it opened up a lot more possibilities for some of these like larger small pieces. Alright, there we go, pinned in. Let's get this sewn across. I know I said that this is switch tasking, but honestly, again, I just want to get them done at this point. So let's do it while I've got it here, and then it clears the sewing table off as well. I don't have to find a place to put them. Actually, if they do, I was just thinking about, like, I've told Dallas, it's like, okay, so he's gonna run Calgary Marathon every year, but realistically, like, we should look into where other marathons are hosted, so we can travel to them and make them a bit more of an event, which I think would be a lot of fun. But I wonder, we they actually host a marathon that was like the original marathon in Greece. They must. I've never looked into it, but that would be really cool. That has been skipped, so we'll put it back into the machine to get it finished up beforehand. Hi, Dahlia. Did she bring us a pom-pom? Wow. Hi. Do you have a pom-pom for us? Oh, you do. Good job. Good hunting. She loves. I had about like a pound-and-a-half bag of like pom-poms, and she loves hunting the pom-poms. So she just brought one down. That is very much her like hunting call. So anyway, that would actually be cool to be able to do a marathon in Greece along what is the like, at least the mythical like marathon length. There we go. Okay, that should have fixed it, hopefully. Although running in Greece would also be extremely hot. Do I want to do that? Probably not. Dallas can go do that one. I just want to go to Greece. That would be the fun part of that trip. No, it got missed over here too. Okay, there we go. Oh, I see why. Yep. Okay, let's throw it back underneath here. Here's the second stitching line. Cold and my rings are going everywhere. Sweet, there we go. Alright, finger press that down. Zip the zipper up a little bit more so it's not all like flippy floppy in the way. Fold this up. Up here, fold here. It's so funny because it's like also at the same time you totally know that the Disney World Marathon, I think it's been running for over 30 years now, but like the weekend well, it started 30 years ago, but you can tell that was totally like a marketing ploy to try and get people to like either stay longer after Christmas or to come after Christmas to like, I'm sure there was such a big dead season after Christmas. And so they're like, hey, let's put on an event this weekend instead. And now they've kept doing it. No, where'd the yellow, the other, where'd it go? Oh my goodness, it should be right here. It is not. Did I put it? Maybe it's on the box. 1 second. Okay, that one should go next. Is it under here? Okay, it's not underneath what we've already put on the thing. I can't use snaps, Dallas. Send me texts. There it is. It's underneath all of the bags we still have to sew, of course. Okay. Put it in and around. There we go. Okay, now we're going to go down and across and up like this. Line it up. And we'll pop it here, push it down, and then love how they're French-speaking birds. It's awesome. I don't understand most of what they're saying, but I can understand that, or I can read the French, it's like, I know that it's French. I recognize it's French, but I can't read any of it. There we go. Or not a lot of it. I can read bonjour, obviously. And one of them saying something about it being good. Bien. I have, even though I live in Canada, I have what I call packaged French. So I can make out food words because of course I've read packaging that has got French on it, because we have to have bilingual packaging in Canada. But that is the extent of my knowledge. That feels really far down, but I don't know. It just feels far down, I think. Alright. Go. There's another handle in. Next. The cats. The cats. Which, oh my goodness, so many of these have not had, like, part of their scene caught. What is up with today? Ugh. Gross. Okay. Let's get this. It's just not the day, apparently, to be sewing. I did get a notification, though, that the cat snips have been delivered, so they are sitting in my mailbox right now waiting for me to pick them up. So that's exciting. That is for sure good now. And we'll sort all this out again and again. Okay. Finger press this down. That. And like that. There we go. And then we'll fold this down. Another webbing. Actually, now I'm curious. I was talking about Tokyo and I just realized I can actually check it on my watch. Ooh, okay. It's not very warm in Tokyo and Osaka right now either. So it's 21 degrees in Orlando with rain, so it's probably a little bit, it's warm. 5:30, yeah, that's about right. But Kyoto and Osaka are 1 degree and 2 degrees respectively, with a high of 2, and Tokyo is 0. Ooh, that wouldn't be fun. That's 8 a.m. Their high is supposed to be like 7 degrees at 2 p.m. Osaka is supposed to only get up to 8 degrees. Whew, that would be chilly. And then low double digits for the rest of the week, and snow on next Wednesday. I could believe it. What's Kyoto supposed to do? No, they're not supposed to get snow, just rain. And Tokyo has moved up to 1 degree since I started looking. Yeah, pretty chill. Low double digits all week, if not into single digits. And the thing about there is also that it's humid, so that's part of what would contribute to the chill in like Kyoto and Osaka as well. Alright, there we go. Get this all sorted. Get it re-lined up and make sure it's all good. There we go. So down. Good. No, come back. It's like I refuse to stay under the foot. I might need to put my foot dog pressure, or my feeder dog, feet dog pressure up or something. Definitely need to mess around and figure out the control panel for the friggin' keep going stitching. Back over and do that webbing again here. Sounds like Dallas is back with the eldest, so I'll make sure that they've got go upstairs and make sure they've got Tylenol for them. There we go. Alright, one moment, I'll be right back again. You can stare lovingly at the display of bags behind me this time. Okay, we're back again. Let's get as much finished here as we can. We're nearing the end of my work day. Or at least the current work time. Okay. I can just stay there. It's fine. Alright. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, out, 14, 15 more bags to finish up for the webbing. So let's get that as close to done as we can before second kiddo needs to come home. Alright. I have not caught the majority of these zippers. Ugh, alright. Well, better to catch it now. Well, I would have caught it before I had to top stitch it anyway, but better to catch it now than at the end, actually, because that's happened before as well. It's like, I'm all done, and then you get to the show, you get back from the show, and you're like, oh no, that still needs a lot of finishing work done. Or I missed something at the very beginning of this process or something. That's the annoying one. Okay. There we go. That's that one fixed. Now we'll put it in on the other side. Okay, because I definitely want to finish these Alice bags for Airdrie. Alice is typically pretty popular as a print, especially in person. Swing the other way for the temperature now. It's like getting colder in the basement again as well, so we might have to go close the blinds here in a moment. Okay, there we go. Fold this side down, finger press that side up, like that. Okay. Black webbing. Anytime I do something like that, I'm just gonna laugh at that comment. Alright, there we go. All nice and lined up. Basically what I do is I just make sure that it's squared up to the last sew-in, that the last sew-in is straight, and then this gets pinned down onto it so it holds everything in place, hopefully through all the layers. There we go. And then we'll just make sure that that stays straight while we're sewing it. Fold overs so that it sits well on the shoulder. So twisted, that's the other part of this. This one in as well. Under the machine it goes, under the machine it goes. What did I say, 16, 15 bags left? Something like that. So actually, now that I'm at this point, I don't know if I'll get them finished before I have to go pick up the younger of the kiddos, but that's okay. We'll get as much done as we can, because it has been some days sewing just all comes together and it's no big deal, and then some days it fights you, and apparently today is a fighting day. Yeah, it doesn't help that I'm this tired, but apparently today is just one of those days where it's just like, it is going to fight and fight and fight. So, we'll see what we can do. My machine does not like this interfacing as much. So that's part of the fight too, is it's like trying to sew, or at least the feed dogs don't like this interfacing as much. So I don't know if I need to turn my feed dog tension up or down. Probably something I should figure out as well. Because it happens when I'm sewing the Kato bags too. Okay, there we go. No, those are all navy. We don't need navy. We need black. Okay. There we go. Feels like this is going to go more into a little bit quieter time, just because I don't have much to talk about, and I don't want to wear my voice out completely right before a show, but I am more than happy to answer any questions you might have in the chat, and that will probably spur me off into another live stream of consciousness, which is usually what happens. But yeah, otherwise I probably won't just kind of chatter along here, just because talking for 5.5 hours straight basically has used up my stories for right now. Alright, but we're getting there. Hopefully I can at least get the zippers installed on the tote bags before I go get the youngest. Oh, and I guess I need to also start a pile of black top stitching and white top stitching. We can do that afterwards. That's just as easy to do afterwards. It's actually in some ways easier right now, to be honest. trying to close my blinds though, so I'll be right back from that. I'll leave the one open that's like light on my face though, because that feels good right now. I'll close all the other ones because it's kind of like I think I've soaked up as much solar energy as I can into the room, and I don't want to be on the flip side and losing it back out to the dark. So I'll close this other blind afterwards. All right, that needs to be caught here. Oh, I see. Okay. My goodness. Must have missed quality control inspecting while I was sewing these bags. We're totally gonna blame the cats for how many mishaps there's been today. Alright, there we go. Did I catch that better this time? Yes, it is actually sewn together rather than, well, the interior and exterior were sewn together, but there was no zipper caught in between the two layers for a little bit there, so you know. Like I said, I was gonna stop chatting, and now I'm just like, let's just keep going. Actually, that was one of the fun ones. Is there was like a cast member, I think, or a spectator for the runs, and their sign was like, "Just keep running, just keep running." And so it's like, it was just keep running. It was just once, but that's what got stuck in my head was just keep running, because of course it was a play on just keep swimming. Man, that is coming. This is like an extremely elegant tote bag with the like the cat silhouette with the florals and stuff like that. Can't remember what I called this fabric, but it is looking spectacular. All right, let's move this up here like that. Clamp it down, pin it in. Shuffle this like that. Pin. Pin. And over and up here. There we go. Actually, the flight back was nice because it's like I got our eldest and they slept for over half the flight. It was really nice because I basically was able to finish my book. I actually read a book on my e-reader, which is something I'm going to probably start doing a little bit more when the kids, like I'm cuddling the kids to bed now. I was using my e-reader a bit more. But anyway, I read, finally, Spin the Dawn by Elizabeth Lim. And it was really good. Of course, there is a sequel, so now I gotta figure out how to get it. I had purchased Spin the Dawn because I kept borrowing it from the library and not finishing it. So I was just like, screw it, let's just purchase it. So now I should go in and actually maybe I've got a gift card, so maybe I'll go in and purchase Unravel the Dusk as well. That's what I'll do. And then I was gonna start another book, but I just didn't. So instead, the cool thing is WestJet, because they now fly direct to Tokyo, or they do in the like high seasons, they actually have a bunch of Japanese programming, which is, so I watched basically a high school student romance called Insomniacs After School. And like, it wasn't amazing, but it was super cool that I was able to watch it on our flight from Florida. So, you know, that was neat. I did bring my knitting. I didn't get any knitting done. Mostly because flying down, my youngest is at a stage of like flailing, I think would probably be the best description. So it's like, they just fling their hands around and like hit. I don't know. They've gotten very physical. And it's just, obviously we're working on curbing it, because like it's not cool, it's actually really mean sometimes. But they're also getting to the point of like, at one point in the flight, I was like flying down. I had to like tap my neighbor and like, I gotta get out, because if I don't, they're gonna bite me. So time to get up and take a walk to like the washroom. Cause yeah, if I didn't move right then, I was getting chomped. So I do not want to wish time away, but at the same time, I will be happy when we're not in this stage right now. It's one of those tough ones. Alright, let's also needs a restitch. Still didn't get it. Almost though. Okay, it's like down. Oh, I see, because the zipper head's in the way. So let's zip this up. We'll restart it from the handles, because I don't need to be further over than I am on the handles. Even it out there. There we go. That should be fixed, I hope. Yes. There we go. Now it's all attached. You'd think that I just started sewing recently. Let's see. Black. Where'd the rest of my black stuff go? Black strappy webbing. Looks like there's only a couple more to do with black webbing at least. Okay. Yeah, I'll definitely be back down after dinner. Once kiddos are kind of upstairs and settled or settled for the night, and then we'll do and then I'll come back down and we'll stream the rest of this process. And she's stuck with me so far. I will be stopping the stream because honestly this is a really long live stream to be all in one chunk, even with the breaks. But I do appreciate everyone who's joined me throughout the day. Hopefully it's warmer wherever you are. And if it's warmer, please send us some warm-up vibes in Alberta. Not too warm, we still want winter. We need more snow, that's for sure. But not minus 30, please. Okay. There we go. I know I'm not try not to do that in the future. It is a bad habit to be in. There. Okay, let's get. These hedgies are adorable. Look at them. That is like, again, it's such a good looking bag, especially with the black. Ugh. 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 Alright. There is the zipper head. So we're going to just stitch super close to it. I bet you there's going to be a bunch that I'm going to have to re-stitch anyway. Ah. It's like slippery. Okay, let's move the zipper head back. And we'll pop it in. More firmly, apparently. Okay, there we go. Now we can just kind of shimmy everything straight. Okay, there we go. And now we'll move the zipper. We'll put the needle in the down position. And then we'll reach in and we'll lift the foot and we'll move the zipper head out of the way. There. Like that. And then we'll pop it back down and we'll go across. I like how at the beginning I'm like, I don't pin my zippers because they come out the same whether I pin them or not. And then today it's like, if I had pinned my zippers, I would probably have all my layers done. I could also baste my zippers in, which would help as well, but that's an extra step I do not want to take. So yes, I totally have caused my own misery with this, but whatever. You guys are along for the adventure, I guess. I do feel like I missed the zipper here, and I was right. Okay. Let's... Oh my goodness, it's like all the way back here that I missed it. Going over the webbing doesn't help either, because I do use the zipper teeth as a guide, and so like I can't feel the zipper teeth through the webbing. But I 100% missed all of that zipper, pretty much in the middle. Alright, there we go. Fixed. But yeah, that was like a good, like, 1/4 inch apart. Yep. Alright. Like I said, it looks like I've been sewing for like, what, 2 days instead of 12 years? 12 days instead of 12 years, I guess, maybe? Give myself a little bit more credit. That's just how it goes sometimes. I don't know why. At least my machine isn't rebelling too much right now. So I think we're down to about 9 more bags to put the extra zipper in. So, or the other side of the zipper in. So I'm just turning out super cute. So that's that like granny square granny flowers, I guess, and we put the dark brown zipper in it, and then it's got the sand handle because it's kind of muted colors. So I went a little bit more muted for the handle. Kind of a cool beige, I guess, would be a good description for it. And then fold this up here. Try and get these done, or at least mostly done today. And then tomorrow will be small box bag and like lining and interfacing cutting. And then we'll work on the Kato bags because we're like 1/3 of the way into the Kato bags. But the stock levels on the small box are definitely more dire. So I do have a few of the Kato bags left at least, which is good. Not many, but a few, you know. Nice small selection. Though honestly, this is quite a good crack on getting at least some stuff done. Yeah, I got just under an hour, and I gotta go pick up the other kiddo. Excuse me. Okay. Definitely not gonna get that nap in tonight, so it'll be a little bit of work after dinner, live streamed, and and then to bed at not an early hour, but a decent hour. There's definitely no midnight finishing this week, I don't think. Although it is nice that Airdrie, or about a 45-minute drive from Airdrie, so it's a local show. So even if I'm sewing right up through Friday, it's fine. And Dallas is here to help me pack up too, so that also reduces the amount of time to do that and stuff too. Airdrie, I will also have the little glow-in-the-dark duck progress keepers and those some of those other progress keepers that I crafted before Knit City. I know it's not my main line of things, but honestly, I've always loved working with beads, and so that's what we're getting. Heart. But the ducks are really fun because they're glow-in-the-dark, and capybara hot springs fabric has ducks in the hot springs with the capybara, so it's friggin' adorable, and I figure they're a good pair up. There you go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 left, 9 left, 9 more. Somewhere there. 9 or 10. Who knows? If I didn't keep stopping to count, I would probably be through them faster. But whatever. My show. Oh my goodness. I'm just gonna assume that all of these need some section re-sewing, because ugh. Okay, I will definitely do a really good double check as well for top stitching too, because this is actually getting to the point of ridiculous. Okay. It might also just indicate that it's time to take a full break. I know I sewed these earlier, but yeah. Alright, let's finish this one, and then I am going to get off camera. Finish up some of the stuff that Dallas brought down for me to finish up, like hanging my medals. Take a good break. And then I'll come back after dinner and we will finish these bags. Because this is kind of ridiculous. And if I don't take the break, I'm going to start to get actually really frustrated. Although actually I don't know if I have the energy to be really frustrated. But yeah, let's finish the installation on this one, and then I will actually take a pause. So, thank you so much to everyone who's joined me this afternoon, even though it's this is actually insane how many zippers have needed to be redone. It's not like it's a higher, well, it is a fairly high percentage compared to what it normally happens. But it's not like this doesn't happen off camera. It just feels like more pressure because I am on camera. So just take heart in the fact that I don't do these perfectly, that's for sure. There's a lot of extra work sometimes. But, stuff happens. They'll still get done. They'll have an extra seam, which means that they'll be extra durable, all that good stuff. Alright. But yeah, we'll wrap up on this one, and then I will head off for a little bit. If you want to get the link to join, well, 2 best ways to make sure that you're on the live stream is to subscribe to the YouTube channel, obviously, because then you'll get notified when I go live, and to follow me on, and or well, both would be amazing. But follow me on Instagram, because I will always post a link to the channel on there when I'm going live, because that is the easiest way for me to communicate typically with my followers that I am going to be live. So yeah, if you want to join me there, I'd appreciate it. Or if you want to join me here, we're working our way towards 1,000 subscribers. We're not even close to halfway, but we're well over a third of the way there. And I appreciate every single one of you guys joining me on this journey. So I'm very pleased with how it's grown this past year, given that like I basically ignored my YouTube channel for quite a number of years, because it was kind of like I hit a point where the knitting podcast couldn't really be a knitting podcast because I didn't have any knitting. So these live streams actually work a lot better for the business and work a lot better for me, because they take less, like there has been a learning curve, but they take a lot less editing time, because obviously it's just live stream of consciousness talking. So as I'm working, I also really just like having the company while I work, because here's the bare bones of it, is working from home or being self-employed like this is extremely lonely. And so having a live stream where there's interaction and everything like that is always really nice. Alright, well, and I guess, so we're gonna sew this side in. When I come back, we'll finish off the last, what, like 12 or whatever it was. And we'll see how many zippers I need to redo on the other side. We'll find that out when I actually go into like top stitch everything, which will be the next step after getting these zippers installed completely. We'll split up the pile, and we'll start with the white top stitching, and then we'll switch to the black top stitching. I'm also going to mess around with my control panel off screen and see if I can actually get the sewing machine to stop sewing once I take my foot off the pedal. So, alright. I'll see y'all probably in, I'm gonna say around 6:30 Mountain Time, so about 2.25 hours or so. I hope you all have a fantastic night if I don't see you there, and I'll chat with you all soon.